The Return of the God of War, the Protector. Chapter 1801. Levi Garrison wants to know who is Anshiki? Let him return to Arudaya. My identity? Ha ha ha, you only need to wait a few minutes to find out. Anshiki smiled. Looking at Levi Garrison's eyes, it was like looking at a prey. Okay, I'll wait. Just in time, Levi Garrison wanted to pull up from the source. A few minutes later, there were hundreds of black cars outside the cemetery. With the accompanying bodyguards, there are at least 1,000 people. Obviously, this is a family sacrifice. Their background is also great. The first consortium of Fengtian City settled down. When Arudaya was in crisis, they were very close to the battlefield in the east, and they chose to leave Arudaya for the first time and went to the East Island. Today, Arudaya is back to normal. Angia came back quietly again. The first thing that comes back is to worship the ancestors. After all, they knew in their hearts that leaving Arudaya at the beginning was an act of betraying their ancestors. After returning, he quickly came to worship the ancestors. As a junior, Anshiki came first. Unexpectedly, I met Levi Garrison. Soon, everyone in Angia entered the cemetery. Grandpa, save me! Anshiki started shouting from a distance. This voice shocked everyone in the An family. Soon, thousands of people gathered around. Seeing Anshiki and his party kneeling on the ground, everyone in the An family was extremely angry. It is strange that Levi Garrison saw many warriors dressed in Dongdao from among them. Everyone is still a master. Especially when these Toshima warriors saw Lavilia, their expressions changed drastically. Obviously recognized Lavilia. After all, Lavilia is now famous. Her information, photos, and other materials were passed out early. It is not surprising that these people know each other. Who made you kneel? A white-haired old man headed by, leaning on a cane, shouted at Levi Garrison and his group. It's me. Levi Garrison said lightly. Grandpa is him, he wants to know who I am. Please tell him. After. Anshiki had a backing, his words were a lot harder. Kid, listen well, we are the first family of Fengtian City. This is my grandson of Anxiang Long, do you dare to tell him to kneel down? I make you go around without eating. Anxiang Long roared. Then I ask you, did you leave the Arudaya nationality and go abroad some time ago when you settled down? Levi Garrison asked. Anxiang Long argued against each other, yes, that's right. We went to the East Island, what happened? Then you dare to come back recently? Don't you know the ban? Levi Garrison's tone was cold. Everyone in the Angia laughed, of course I know. The ban is only for the weak. It doesn't take care of my Angia. Arudaya, we will return as soon as we want. Who can take us? Who let you enter Arudaya? Yes. Levi Garrison asked. Boy, who the hell are you? You can ask about my settlement. Someone in the settlement was already angry. I made the ban. I will investigate this matter to the end, and I will follow you when you settle down. Levi Garrison said coldly. What? You are the king of the word side by side. Xiang Long's expression changed. I didn't expect to meet Levi Garrison here. The expressions of other people in Angia also changed drastically. The Higashishima samurai in the team looked solemn after hearing this. He even started to make Angia apologize. This was something Levi Garrison had never expected. Angia would listen to the Toshima samurai, and the Toshima samurai subdued so quickly. There must be a conspiracy. Levi Garrison's expression became serious. Chapter 1802. Hurry up and apologize. This matter is your fault. Arudaya is a respectable country. These are Arudayas. Heroes, how can you insult? Several Dongdao warriors hurriedly urged. So is Xiang Long. I apologize. Shiki also apologized again. In the end, Angia's attitude changed a lot, and Angia apologized again and again. No one thought of this. Angia even said that he could leave Arudaya immediately, and everything would obey Levi's ban. This made Levi Garrison more and more sure that they must have a conspiracy. She was so fast that she had to leave Arudaya immediately. Obviously, there is something afraid of him knowing. Thinking of quickly clarifying the relationship. Don't let their own purpose be exposed. Forget it, since I'm back, just stay honestly. They also apologized, it's okay. Levi Garrison stopped punishing them, just to see what tricks this group of people were trying to do. After the panic worship of Angia, they all went back. Staring at them, especially those on the East Island. Pay attention to their movements. Levi Garrison instructed the Western Heavenly King. Levi Garrison always feels uneasy. Plus these people's reactions when they saw Lavilia. Levi Garrison was very disturbed. But luckily I ran into it. Otherwise, these people might do something big. Now that the Western Heavenly King is staring, there will be no mistakes. After doing this, Levi Garrison returned to Jiangbei with Lavilia. This way, Levi Garrison hid his whereabouts and walked extremely fast. Nowadays, there are many people who are eyeing Lavilia. He is not afraid of accidents, but of trouble. It's all small, it's too troublesome to kill. It's not as good as not encountering one. Lavilia, before going home, my dad will take you to see my dad's master. He gave dad 2 chances to rebirth. Levi Garrison decided to go to the prison to meet his master. Okay. Okay. Lavilia nodded his head. The big eyes are full of expectation. And soon, the father and daughter came to Jiangbei prison. Levi Garrison came to Master Key cell. What about people? Levi Garrison was surprised that the chief master had disappeared. Come here, where's the person? Levi Garrison hurriedly called to the prison manager to ask. Prisoner 49 has been released from prison a few days ago. His date has arrived. It's not easy for him. After a full 20-year prison term, he has finally gotten out of his head, the warden exclaimed. Levi Garrison frowned tightly. I am out of prison. Shouldn't it? Levi Garrison thought that the chief master would stay here forever. Master, do you want to check his information? Or I will read it to you, the warden asked, bowing. No need. Levi Garrison had no intention of listening anymore. According to the elder's ability, how he went to jail and other information must be false. It can't be found at all. Levi Garrison guessed that if Master Che went to prison, he was actually living in seclusion. To avoid things or people. If such a capable person is in jail, who can catch him? I have to say that the place he chose to live in is really good. Few people think of living in prison in seclusion. He lived in seclusion for 20 years. There must be a reason for this. It is probably hiding something, or for what promise to live in seclusion here. Now he has been released from prison. That means that he is about to face it, or something has happened. But Levi Garrison is not worried. With the power of the chief master, who can hurt him? You go out. After Levi Garrison let the warden out, he looked around in the old man's cell. Lavilia also followed him around in the cell. Very curious about everything. At this time, Levi Garrison stroked the wall. Suddenly he found that the wall was empty. After he opened up the wall, something was hidden inside. After Levi Garrison saw it, his face changed drastically. Chapter 1803. There are 3 ancient books and a broken sheepskin map. There is also a black token. This is clearly reserved for myself. Levi Garrison tremblingly picked up the ancient book and the sheepskin map. The mutilated sheepskin map seems to be a map, but it is incomplete. And depending on the material and the degree of damage, it should be very early. Levi Garrison, the Black Token, didn't see any fame either. As for the three ancient books, Levi Garrison flipped through his eyes, almost shining in his eyes. Good things, all good things. Although the cheap master wouldn't let himself call him master, but he passed everything on to himself. Master, I hope I can see you again. Levi Garrison took away these things and erased the traces of being in prison. After returning home with Lavilia, Levi Garrison was scolded. At this juncture, you are taking Lavilia around, so you are not afraid of accidents. What if Lavilia is in danger? But since everyone only cares about Lavilia, Levi Garrison didn't say anything. These days, everyone is actively looking for the backer of the teacher for Lavilia. Zoe and the others have selected several major forces and even contacted them. Now the era of the strong like clouds. Wushuan City hadn't looked at them long ago. This doesn't seem to work, only the sixth heavenly powerhouse is in charge. Yes, Lavilia's master must have at least the seventh heavenly powerhouse to sit on the guard. Only this way can he protect him and let him have a good future. The family was full of quarrels. Of the few major forces they selected, only the sixth heavenly power was in charge. They want to be strong in the seventh heaven, but where is it so easy? Now the seventh heavenly powers are all illusory existences. Yes, it would be great if the strong on the big summer list can accept the king as an apprentice, even if the king of Levi's squad at the end is fine. Then the future of the king must be boundless. And seeing the family discussing, Levi Garrison didn't have any interest. Back in his room, Levi Garrison began to study the ancient books left by the cheap master. At this time, Xiao Feng sent a message. It is said that on the dark web, there will be more than a dozen groups of masters coming to Arudaya. Either to capture Lavilia or kill Lavilia. Master, the situation is urgent, maybe they have already arrived. Xiao Feng said worriedly. Don't worry, when they come, they will catch them all in one go. Xiao Feng is staring at these people's movements. Levi Garrison was waiting for them to gather together. It is too much trouble to come one by one. On the other side, in the base of the Shenlong Science and Technology Alliance, Su Zhenjia's plan is proceeding in an orderly manner. Su Zhenjia has completed 9 experiments these days. These experiments, which seem to be a contribution to Arudaya, were planned by Su Zhenjia. Even Wen Lei, who had been staring at Su Zhenjia, didn't notice it at all. After returning to his residence, Su Zhenjia put a check mark again. In his schedule, only the last experiment is left. After the experiment is completed, Su Zhenjia will carry out his ultimate plan. After completing the experimental data, Su Zhenjia's eyes revealed extreme madness. Levi Garrison is coming soon, and soon you will see a different me. I will personally blow you under my feet. At that time. And Zoe and that child can't escape. Crazy. Su Zhenjia looked crazy. Not only can he develop weapons of killing gods, but he can also use modern technology to turn himself into a god killer. Tomorrow will be the last experiment. It will also be the time when I will shock the world. A smile appeared on Su Zhenjia's mouth. He looked at his colleagues at the base with a trace of regret in his eyes. Because in his eyes, these people are all dead bodies and experimental products. Wen Lei looked at Su Zhenjia's eyes, and she felt a little scary. Have you noticed that Su Zhenjia's eyes are terrible? Wen Lei asked. Chapter 1804. The others shook their heads. Everyone was very confused about Wen Lei's questions. No, Xiao Su has done 9 amazing experiments during this time. Isn't it okay for this kind of genius to look domineering? Yes, geniuses are always withdrawn or abnormal. Little licensing is not abnormal. He this terrible. Look is. Instead an investment in science. Others retorted. Wen Lei rubbed her head, is it true that I think too much? No. I have to look at him. She checked Su Zhenjia's recent experiment. The more I think about it, the more things are wrong. What if something goes wrong in the experiment tomorrow? I have to promise that it won't happen. But how can I stop or make sure? By the way, she thought of a person in her entanglement. Levi Garrison, who was far in Jiangbei, received a call. After being connected, Wen Lei actually called. I think Su Zhenjia is abnormal. There may be problems in tomorrow's experiment. Can you come? Wen Lei expressed his meaning directly. Okay. Then I'll go there as soon as possible. If you have any news, contact me as soon as possible. Levi Garrison has always felt that Su Zhenjia is potentially dangerous. Hearing Wen Lei's words, Levi Garrison became more worried. He wants to immediately go to the base of the Shenlong Technology Alliance. As for Lavilia's safety, he doesn't need to worry. Not to mention that Lavilia himself possesses certain strength. The team he has secretly trained can protect Lavilia comprehensively. What's more, there are Xiao Feng and the others. So he doesn't need to care about Lavilia's safety. After arranging Lavilia, Levi Garrison set off. It keeps saying that he will protect the safety of Lavilia. Look at the critical moment, he ran away. Although he is in a high position, he is still unreliable. Let's find a solution by ourselves. I heard about foreign masters. We are going to deal with Lavilia, we have to protect Lavilia. Lopez and Black complained. The situation is indeed urgent. Batch after batch of foreign masters have arrived in Arudaya. It's about to start with Lavilia. Levi Garrison rushed to the base of Shenlong Technology overnight. And Wen Lei received him quietly. And disguised Levi Garrison as a technician in the science and technology base. Wearing protective clothing, no one recognized it. In this way, Levi Garrison successfully blended into the base. But it is still very difficult for him to get close to Su Zhenjia. You have to go through a password door, biometric identification, and so on. Even if Wen Lei is there, it won't work. Levi Garrison can only wait for the experiment tomorrow to observe Su Zhenjia's movements. This night, Su Zhenjia barely slept. His face was full of excitement and madness. The next day, Su Zhenjia and his team got the permission of Lab Number 2. Today, the experiment conducted by Su Zhenjia's team is energy matter. If the experiment is successful, it can be used on a new type of weapon such as the killing weapon. The entire Shenlong science and technology base attaches great importance to this. And all the most powerful talents or resources will assist Su Zhenjia. Levi Garrison mixed in with Wen Lei. Today, once Su Zhenjia has any ideas, Levi Garrison will stop it on the spot. The second laboratory occupies a large area, the size of 8 footballs. The facilities inside are almost the most advanced in the world. Su Zhenjia and the team prepared everything. Next, is the beginning of the 10th experiment. Su Zhenjia glanced at the audience and started with inexplicable excitement. Levi Garrison in the crowd waited nervously. Don't get into trouble. Must be blessed. Wen Lei prayed in her heart. The experiment finally began. Su Zhenjia devoted himself wholeheartedly. From today onwards, I will shock the world. The experiment was carried out, and Wen Lei, as an assistant, was completing her task in a cold sweat. Levi Garrison always stared at everything. Time passed by every minute and every second. 1 hour. 2 hours. 7 hours. Finally, the most important moment has arrived. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1805. Su Zhenjia's pupils contracted, and his excitement was unprecedented. This is the moment of his decisive victory. Seeing the combination of energy and matter in the machine, Su Zhenjia's heart was about to fly out of his throat. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound. The perfect combination of energy and matter. But what Levi Garrison and Wen Lei were worried about did not appear. The two worried that this experiment might blow up the entire base and so on. But this is just an experiment. And it succeeded. The most important thing is that Su Zhenjia did not show anything unusual. It's a normal experiment. Levi Garrison and Wen Lei looked at each other, and the meaning was obvious. Could it be that we were thinking wrong? The experiment was successful and everyone was cheering. The significance of this experiment is that Su Zhenjia has once again raised the killing weapon to a new level. You can upgrade to version 3.0. Nothing happened. Levi Garrison and Wen Lei were still very happy. Levi Garrison then left. As for Su Zhenjia after the experiment, he showed an inexplicable smile. Wen Lei, Levi, don't you think I didn't know you were staring at me? Since Levi Garrison came, I've discovered it a long time ago. Su Zhenjia sneered coldly. During this time, Wen Lei had been staring at him, but he had actually discovered it a long time ago. In this regard, he used his own way to treat his own body. In fact, he was monitoring Wen Lei's every move early, including Wen Lei's call records and so on. As long as Wen Lei has any changes, Su Zhenjia knows the first time. So when Wen Lei asked Levi to come here, he knew immediately. Therefore, Su Zhenjia cancelled today's crazy plan and followed the normal experiment. Only then did Levi Garrison and Wen Lei conceal it. Levi Garrison, in fact, I have succeeded. After all, I have succeeded in 10 experiments. This will make my plan a better success rate. Wait, I will quietly conduct real experiments soon. Su Zhenjia laughed wildly. In this regard, Levi Garrison and Wen Lei did not know. Especially Wen Lei. She never expected that she, who had a high position in the base, was actually being monitored. Those colleagues who used to listen to Su Zhenjia now stare at her for Su Zhenjia. The other side. Levi Garrison came to watch Su Zhenjia's kung fu. Dozens of masters from overseas all arrived. After they found Lavilia's position, they launched a frantic attack. Just to capture or punish you. After the first batch of masters came to the courtyard, a large number of masters suddenly appeared. From all around. With our Phoenix Palace, who dares to touch our genius in Arudaya? Yes, we are here, who dares to touch Lavilia with a finger? Since you come all the way to kill Lavilia, it will be forever stay here. Team after team of masters appeared. Even the secret team that Levi Garrison arranged next to Lavilia never had a chance to appear. These are Arudaya's martial arts forces, and they all want to accept Lavilia as apprentices. Hearing that Lavilia is in trouble, all these forces have emerged. This happens to be an opportunity. This is something that overseas masters never expected. They want to kill, but more people come to protect. A big battle between the two sides is about to break out. Lavilia's defense battle finally won. These masters from overseas were all killed. None of them were left. This time there are 74 waves of forces who came to save Lavilia. Some of these forces still have the pseudo-7th heaven and the 7th heavy strong men. It is enough to see how valuable Lavilia is. It's totally in demand. Thank you so much. The crisis was lifted, and the Lopez and Black family appeared with Lavilia. Some of these forces are spontaneous. Some are the backers of Lopez and Black's ties. But this also reflects Lavilia's talent. Since everyone is here, let's talk about the question of where this genius belongs to. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1806. So many ancient forces have emerged all at once. Of course they are not idle. Just to take away Lavilia. There were originally several strong forces who wanted to take away Lavilia directly. But they didn't expect a full 74 wave of forces to come. This is simply terrible. So which sect you belong to is a difficult question. Yes, it is necessary to discuss it carefully. Such a genius is definitely insulting in ordinary martial arts. But my Tianyan Pavilion is a good choice. Let us all, right? That's not good. My Qinghong Palace photo, you are not bad at all. We are not bad at all, this kid should be with us, or a girl, and suits me Xian Pavilion. All the major forces quarreled, and the scene was very chaotic. Upon seeing this, the Lopez and Black families had mixed joys and sorrows. Lavilia is too valuable. She can completely cause shocks in the erudite martial arts world, and even the whole world. This is amazing. What worries you is to which power do you belong? Looking at this posture, it is estimated that the blood flowed so badly that they would not be able to choose. Don't make a noise. Just as everyone was struggling, a voice sounded. It turned out to be the voice of the Phoenix Palace. They were the first wave to come here just now. Everyone present looked at them. Well, 3 days later, all our forces will hold an apprenticeship reception here. As for who gets the child, let the child and the family choose among all our forces. What everyone has to do is to show all the strength cards and let them choose by themselves. Phoenix Palace suggested. Head of the other major powers have also nodded. This is a way to, or we fight it, for fear that numerous casualties are. Right, let them choose their own. We have to have the ability to let the big summer outside. Those barbarians from here, look at the prosperity of my erudite martial arts world. In the end, everyone discussed and decided that, 3 days later, the apprentice receiving ceremony would be held in Jiangbei. At that time, the major forces will show their strongest cards one by one. Then let the monarch and the family choose who to join. Of course, whoever chooses the most powerful is not necessarily the one among them. After all, so many forces are not directly strong enough to overwhelm all forces. There are usually 3 or 4 tied for the top. At this time, you have to choose the one that suits Lavilia. For example, Lavilia is a girl. It would be better if you choose a school with a majority of women. Or choose a more suitable exercise method for Lavilia, and various factors such as Lavilia's physique. There is a lot of room for choice. It is equivalent to throwing the problem to Zoe. These people. However, the Lopez and Black family are still very excited. With so many forces supporting Lavilia, they will definitely have a boundless future in the future. Together with the clan of Zishu, it was also tainted. Soon Levi Garrison came back. The elders of the family, upon seeing this, they shook their heads and covered their faces. Not even the father-in-law and even Emma were happy. After all, Lavilia just experienced a great danger. As a result, Levi Garrison, the father, was not there yet. How can this not make everyone angry? If there was no backer they invited and so many masters to support. Lavilia is afraid that it will be too bad for you. I don't want to hear you explain. Lavilia is experiencing danger this time, you just aren't here. It's useless to say anything. Zoe was also very angry. In fact, Levi Garrison knew about this a long time ago. After all, his secret team had already sent a message. They don't even have a chance to shoot. This is what Levi Garrison didn't expect. 3 days later, it will be the ceremony for the collection of the emperor. By that time, nearly 100 forces will accept the emperor as disciples, and we will select the most suitable force for the emperor to join. Levi Garrison smiled and said, "Want to accept me? My daughter is an apprentice? I have to see if they have this strength. I will go personally then." The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1807. Of course, Levi was not here because he wanted to send Lavilia to a certain force. He went, just to tell everyone accepting my daughter as a disciple, you are not worthy. So Levi Garrison was just trying to teach those people. It's just that there are a lot of people facing this wave. Nearly hundreds of powerful forces. In the past 2 days, Levi Garrison is still concerned about the Shenlong Science and Technology base. However, the news from Wenlei said that everything was normal. Levi Garrison didn't think much about it. Wenlei is staring, and it is estimated that there will be nothing wrong with Su Zhenjia. Soon, it was 3 days later. The reception ceremony shocked Erudaya and the whole world. Erudaya's martial arts forces have released news: whoever touches a finger of the monarch is an enemy of the entire Erudaya martial arts world. As a result, there are a lot less people from abroad who want to get rid of Lavilia. After all, behind this kid is the entire Erudaya martial arts world. Jiangbei Baiun Villa. This is where the ceremony of accepting disciples today is. These ancient forces in the Erudaya martial arts world emerged one after another. 3 days ago, a total of 74 waves appeared. However, the one who came today has long since exceeded 100 forces. And it is still increasing. For a genius like Lavilia, everyone wants to accept disciples. Especially today is the reception ceremony. So many ancient forces have all been forced out. It is estimated that there were at most 3 or 4 powers in which the 7 heavenly powers were in charge. But now it is said to be more than 2 fingers. This is too scary. Previously, there were 5-7 heavenly powers consecutively in the Eagle Nation, which was enough to shock the whole world. Now there are dozens of 7th heavenly powers who want to accept the monarch as disciples. Lavilia's face is too great. Baiun Mountain Villa is very big, but today, it is almost full of people. Masters from hundreds of forces gathered here, and there were tens of thousands of them. It can be described as an unprecedented flourishing age. Aroused the attention of the whole world. Even Su Zhenjia and the others are paying attention to all this silently. Lavilia is now famous. In addition, the Tianjiao on the Erudiati list almost never showed up. I don't know, the strength is strong, but the popularity is not high, so you can say that. Since Erudaya Tiandi's ranking came back out of the arena, all attention has been on Lavilia alone. Lavilia alone ignited the entire Erudaya martial arts world. Soon after, Levi Garrison brought Lavilia and others to Baiun Mountain Villa. The Lopez and Black families were shocked when they saw this posture. This group of warriors is not nonsense. After a simple rule, it will begin. The major powers give all kinds of benefits to the family behind the king. For example, various cultivation resources and so on. It is equivalent to holding a few ordinary families to the point of skyrocketing. Soon the apprenticeship ceremony began. And this time, it wasn't just for Lavilia to accept disciples. Instead, he received disciples from the whole university. These ancient forces must discover as many geniuses as possible. After all, there is only one Lavilia. All other forces will face the problem of deflation. Some weaker forces voluntarily gave up fighting for the emperor. They looked at other genius seedlings. There are many people in Erudaya, so naturally there is no shortage of such geniuses. So today's apprenticeship ceremony, many people came. Such a situation is what Messiah He and even the Bailong clan want to see. After all, this is a good thing to promote Erudaya's strength. After the ceremony began, the major forces began to berserk the seedlings of the major geniuses. Even Zoe and Jonanyan were spotted. However, due to their special identities, no one directly grabbed them. About an hour later, everyone has robbed the genius seedlings. Lavilia is left alone. It is also the focus of the apprenticeship ceremony. Hall Master of the Phoenix Palace, the 7th heavenly power. Hall Master of the 7 Lights Palace, the 7th heavenly powerful. Hall Master of the Heavenly Martial Hall, the seventh heavenly powerful. Hundreds of forces showed the most powerful one by one. The whole cards come. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1808. The power of the seventh heavenly powerhouse came out. All other forces were eclipsed. After all, they don't have a strong man at this level. Even if they accept the Emperor as a disciple, they may not be able to protect it. What if someone comes to grab it? Can't protect it. So as soon as these dozens of forces appeared, the other forces silently gave up. It is impossible to compete. Before they were also the influence of Lavilia. Until now, I understand how popular this kid is. Let's discuss it carefully. The most likely to be able to choose is these dozen forces. Finally, the problem was thrown to Levi Garrison and the others. From these dozens of forces, choose one to be your teacher. One says one. There are 7 heavenly powerhouses in charge, and Lavilia's safety and future are no problem. After all, the 7th heavenly powerhouse is too rare. Levi Garrison killed 5 consecutively and was on the big summer list. Zoe began to discuss with his family. Everyone was arguing and Levi Garrison was hanging aside. At first, everyone was excited about the discussion, but then suddenly realized a problem. If one of them was chosen, what would happen to the other forces? Will definitely be angry. Even enmity. In the future, I am afraid that the life of Lopez and Black's family will not be better. It will even be devastated. So I didn't choose that one. Everyone was embarrassed for a while. Because of these dozens of forces, their strengths are roughly equal. Choose one and definitely offend the other 10. Problem. The real big problem. If you choose one, that force will definitely protect the monarch, but others may not be able to protect the safety of others. A full half an hour passed, and everyone did not discuss a result. Instead, everyone was nervous to sweat. It won't be appropriate to choose that. All of them are martial artists who are capable of gods, and if they are upset, they will all shoot you to death. Your family discusses. Are there any results? Have you decided where to send this child? At this time, someone came to ask. Finally, give us a little more time, we have to think about it. Everyone hesitated. Hurry up, all the major forces are urging. I am annoyed by these people, I can't eat it. Now everyone is even more embarrassed. I don't know how to choose. At this time, Levi Garrison's voice sounded, leave this to me. Let me choose one for Lavilia. Do you? Everyone's eyes fell on Levi Garrison alone. Suddenly someone's eyes lit up. It's better to let Lavilia's father choose. The rest of us don't mix too much, let's go quickly. Right, 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 let Lavilia's father choose. This is his right. Everyone agreed. But everyone is making wishful thinking. If Levi Garrison chooses, then all the consequences will be imposed on Levi Garrison alone. If other forces find trouble, they will also find Levi Garrison with them. It has nothing to do. But the forces chosen by Lavilia can be their backers. They just want to enjoy it. Any risk is borne by Levi Garrison alone. This is really a great thing. This matter is taken care of by the father of the child, we will not participate. In the end, the old lady and her group took Zoe and others to leave Bayonne Villa. Levi Garrison and Lavilia are left behind. Anyway, everyone knows that Lavilia will be fine, and Levi Garrison was in front of him. Finally, Levi Garrison led Lavilia to the court. Hundreds of forces stared at the father and daughter. Have you decided on Lavilia's father? The hall master of Tianwu Palace asked coldly. Others began to urge Levi Garrison to make a decision as soon as possible. Levi Garrison scanned the audience for a week and said with a smile, sorry, everyone here is not qualified to accept my daughter as a disciple. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1809. The language is not surprising and endless. Levi Garrison said this. The audience was silent. Hundreds of forces, tens of thousands of people were all stunned. Not qualified? Levi Garrison's words echoed in everyone's mind and exploded directly like thunder. Put aside hundreds of forces aside. That is, there are 13 strong people in the seventh heaven. This lineup is far more terrifying than the slaying of mysterious masters in the Eagle Nation at that time. Turns out to be disqualified in Levi Garrison's mouth? How strong is it to be able to say this? It's so cute. Ha ha ha, et. This time, everyone laughed. Watching Levi Garrison is like watching a fool. Boy, I don't care what your status is. If I hear this kind of thing again, I'm absolutely not welcome. Even if you are the father of this child. The Palace Master of Tianmu Palace warned. The other masters are the same. How dare you say that they are not worthy? Who deserves it? My daughter's talent can't be protected by everyone here. You are too weak. Let's go first, don't hit my daughter's idea in the future. After that, Levi Garrison was about to take Lavilia away. Dumbfounded. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Gone? Is this person sick? Actually look down on these hundreds of forces. Even the 13 seventh heavenly powerhouses are not in your eyes? 13 people. Before the emergence of 5 War Eagle nations, it was enough to shock the world. Now if it is not for their own interests, where can there be 13? As a result, everyone was despised by Levi Garrison. Looking at the back of Levi Garrison about to leave, everyone was dumbfounded, but they were also angry. He dared to go? Stop him for me! The head of the Tianmu Palace ordered angrily. In an instant, several masters stopped in front of Levi Garrison. Levi Garrison stopped, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well, let you know why you are not qualified. Levi Garrison turned and looked at the Hall Master of Tianmu Palace and others, hooked his fingers, and said, "Let's go on together with the seventh heaven." Mad. Levi Garrison is arrogant to the extreme. It means that except for the seventh heavenly powerhouse, no one is paying attention to it. No, the seventh heavens is not in the eyes. Boy, you are looking for death. Next to him, a sixth heavenly master couldn't bear it, and immediately killed Levi Garrison. Boom! Levi didn't turn his head and waved his right arm lightly. Suddenly, an overwhelming force pressed across. Puff! The sixth heavenly master was blasted out immediately. At this time, everyone's face changed. Levi Garrison had 2 things. Boy, I think you are upset. I'm here to treat you. The head of the Tianmu Palace immediately killed him. The seventh heavenly powerhouse is truly violent. As soon as his combat skills were displayed, the world changed color, and everyone just felt that the world was spinning. Levi Garrison sneered coldly, "Pediatrics." Boom! He just threw out a flat punch. Puff! But the head of the Tianmu Palace was invincible at all and flew out directly. Shock! The audience was shocked. No one thought that Levi Garrison would be so strong. Even the seventh heavenly powerhouse is not an opponent. I will meet you. The Hall Master of the Seven Lights Palace also shot. Bang! Levi Garrison still flew back with a punch. The second seventh heavenly powerhouse loses. I'm coming. The Hall Master of the Phoenix Palace shot. Bang! The third seventh heavenly powerhouse lost. The fourth place. Fifth place. The 13th place. 13 seventh heavenly powers were defeated by Levi Garrison, and everyone was a punch. After doing all this, Levi Garrison turned and left with Lavilia. There were tens of thousands of people in the audience, looking dumbfounded at Levi Garrison and his daughter. No one dared to stop it anymore. Shock. Extremely shocked. Defeated 13 seventh heaven powerhouses in one person. What kind of strength does this have? Top-ranking master. Definitely a master of the top rankings. They are really disqualified. Zoe and others outside saw the two come out and immediately asked about the situation. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1810. Who has Lavilia been accepted as an apprentice? Everyone gathered together. Looking forward to it. Levi Garrison shook his head. No, no one accepts Lavilia as a disciple. Hey! Hey! Everyone present changed their faces and looked at the father and daughter in confusion. What happened? Why didn't you accept disciples? Everyone asked curiously. Everyone thought something went wrong. It's nothing. It's just that they don't feel worthy to be the master of the monarch. How dare to accept the monarch as a disciple? Levi Garrison smiled. Everyone naturally didn't believe what Levi Garrison said. Someone immediately entered the villa to inquire. We'll be back soon. That's true. They said Lavilia's talent is too high, and no one in the room is qualified to accept her as a disciple. Hearing this answer, everyone looked at Lavilia in horror. How talented is this kid? It seems that it has reached a point that no one can imagine. Doesn't it mean that the super giants who want to accept the monarchs as disciples will be super giants? The Taishan Baidu of the martial arts world. Li Tianhao's body was shaking with excitement. That's absolutely true. The 13 7-tier powerhouses just dare not accept monarchs as disciples. That talent speaks for everything. The future of our families is definitely going to take off, which is even more exaggerated than previously imagined. Hearing Lavilia's talent, everyone showed an expression of excitement. But their expectations are correct. One person wins the way, the chicken and the dog ascend to heaven. Lavilia is to be accepted as an apprentice by the superpower, and other people will follow suit. But the superpower is by his side. After Levi Garrison and his party left in Bayun Mountain Villa, there was still dead silence. Everyone was still immersed in the shock that Levi Garrison brought to everyone just now. He is so strong. But everyone also understands how Rudaya defeated the Domination Alliance. No accident, he is the heavenly king of Tianbang town. It's really terrifying. The Hall Master of Tianwu Hall took a breath. That's a master of the sky list. They are not qualified for these 7 heavenly powerhouses. Just as everyone was about to disband and leave, the atmosphere of Bayun Villa suddenly changed. Let everyone have a shuddering feeling. Boom! A person walked in outside the gate of the villa. A black robe looks mysterious and terrifying. Almost tens of thousands of people on the scene were attracted by him. Who are you? What are you doing? Someone asked vigilantly. The Manjija smiled, good question. I am Levi Garrison, I will kill all of you. Levi Garrison. Everyone was dumbfounded. Didn't Levi Garrison leave with his daughter just now? Why did you come back again? Correct? Kill everyone? This is... Everyone didn't have time to think. This person was already brandishing death's sickle and began to slaughter. Puff. Puff. Ah. A unilateral slaughter began. The mysterious person posing as Levi Garrison began to slaughter as soon as they met. He is too strong and too strong. Even the powerhouses of 5 or 6 heavens are like chickens and dogs in front of him, and they have no ability to resist at all. The most important thing is that Bayun Villa seems to be sealed off, and there is no movement inside. The people inside couldn't escape outside at all. Kill, kill, kill. The mysterious person who pretended to be Levi Garrison smashed his eyes. showing his terrifying strength. These hundreds of forces can't resist at all. Even if everyone joins hands, there are still 13 seventh heavenly powerhouses sitting on the ground. They still can't stop them. Declining steadily, more and more people died, filling up the entire villa. The 13 seven-layer powerhouses had the power to fight, but they were all injured in a fight with yet Levi just now. Faced with such a strong enemy, he can only be beaten. The blood flowed across, and the bones became mountains. Tens of thousands of masters were killed in a short period of time. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1811. Are you Levi Garrison? The same technique as Levi Garrison. They 13 seven-layer powerhouses before dying, their eyes were full of horror. Those who had just played against Levi Garrison knew this very well. So the people in front of them all suspect that it is Levi Garrison. Die. After finishing all this, the mysterious man posing as Levi Garrison took out a white handkerchief and wiped his hands. His eyes shone brightly. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he left the Bayun villa. This is something that no one had thought of anyway. The reception ceremony will suddenly become a massacre. All tens of thousands of masters died. None of them were left. It also contains a total of 13 seven-tier powerhouses. If this matter spreads out, I am afraid it will shock the whole world. Tens of thousands of masters are destroyed in an instant. This is a fatal blow to the Arudaya martial arts world. The dead masters did not expect such a tribulation. Levi Garrison didn't expect that someone would impersonate him and kill tens of thousands of masters. It uses exactly the same technique as him. And there is no trace of imitation. After all, so many forces want to accept monarchs as disciples, just to have a contradiction with Levi Garrison. His motive for slaughter has been established. It's still his practice. What's more, everyone on the scene was dead, and there were no witnesses at all. Which is equivalent to a real deal. The most critical point is that although the apprenticeship ceremony has attracted worldwide attention, maybe no one was close to inquire about the news at all. After all, they are all masters, and it is impossible for anyone to approach them. Coupled with someone deliberately planning all of this thing was basically locked up, and it was Levi Garrison who did it. Not long after the mysterious man left the villa, a group of people came here. They are the Tian's mansion that is as famous as the Beilong clan and maintains the balance of the Beilong clan as the strongest martial arts institution in Arudaya. Now they come out. After the world, it is natural to take care of Arudaya's affairs. The reception ceremony is now abnormal, and the master of Tian's mansion rushed to it for the first time. They consist of 4 people, codenamed Tianlong, Earth Ho, Xianlang, and Yellow Fox. After entering Bayun Villa, everyone was shocked by the terrifying scene before them. What happened? Everyone was shocked again and again. Start looking around. Dead, all dead, not alive left. It's terrible, it's all a one-shot kill. The same is true of the 7th Heaven powerhouse. The result after checking was even more shocking. By the way, have you seen Levi Garrison's family? They are the focus of the ceremony. Asked Tianlong, who was nearly 2 meters tall. The bald tiger shook his head. I didn't see it. A mysterious wolf in white, with a cold face, said without emotion, Levi Garrison's family is not there. The yellow fox, the only female of the 4, exclaimed, I have significant discovery. What? They 3 immediately surrounded them. These people die in the same way. Huang Hu's extremely beautiful face was full of solemnity. Does that mean that they were all killed by one person? Tianlong asked. That's right. It was killed by one person, and it was still using a kind of magic power. It was the news from the Beilong clan a few days ago, the method Levi Garrison was using was the same as that of the great demon. The method is exactly the same, Huang Hu said coldly. The other three continued to examine the body. Xian Lang was expressionless. Really, this magic skill? It's exactly like that big demon. Yes, that's right. It's him. Several people directly affirmed on the spot. The four people looked at each other, and they all had the same idea. According to the news, those evil ways are worshipped by Levi Garrison. Levi Garrison will not hesitate to save them. All this shows that Levi Garrison is the new demon. So it is certain that the deaths of these people are Levi Garrison today. Levi did it. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1812. All clues and evidence refer to what Levi Garrison did. Almost a real hammer. There is no reason to prove that someone else did it. The motive for killing is very simple. These people wanted to accept his daughter as a disciple, and he killed them all in anger. In addition, the temperament of this kind of devil is moody. There is no reason to do things in many cases. Yes, this matter has nothing in doubt, it was Levi Garrison who did it. Even if someone wants to frame him, he doesn't have the power to kill everyone in just a few minutes, including the 13 seventh heavenly powerhouses. Yes, this matter is certain. Now, it's Levi Garrison. They. Tianlong 4 immediately made a judgment. Huang Fox collected all the evidence. The Beilong clan mentioned this issue before, reminding Tian's mansion to pay attention to Levi Garrison. His identity is too special. Yes, we didn't care about it before. Now think about the word side-by-side king. Turned out to be a big monster. What a terrible thing would it be? How dangerous would it be to Arudaya martial arts world, and how dangerous it would be to Arudaya? Huang Hu reminded. Hearing this, everyone was startled in a cold sweat. Yet, look at him casually, it will be such a devastating blow to Arudaya martial arts. Also, he has a large group of crooked ways, all of which are time bombs. Once there is a problem, it will be a disaster. Several people said. How should this matter be resolved? Earth Tiger asked. First, immediately destroy everything present, block the news, and don't let this matter go out. Just as if it didn't happen. Second, immediately report to the Tian's mansion and Beilong clan, and let them decide how to deal with it. We have authority. Not enough. Tianlong puts forward a plan. Everyone immediately executed. By the way, everyone has forgotten the purpose of our visit this time. Huang Hu reminded. Yeah, this time we are here to see the talent of Levi Garrison's child Lavilia. They. Others showed their suddenly realized expressions. Tian's mansion is here. Just for Lavilia. Others may not believe Tianji Pavilion's introduction to Lavilia's talent. But they absolutely believed in Tian's mansion. This time they are sent here to check Lavilia's talents. Basically, they wanted to bring Lavilia back to Tian's mansion. With Lavilia's talent, few people are really qualified to accept her as an apprentice. In the end, Lavilia will probably enter Tian's mansion or Beilong clan. It now appears that this Lavilia must be taken away by our Tian's mansion. Her father is a great demon. With such a high talent, if she is cultivated into the next great demon, there will be endless troubles. Horrible. This great Satan chosen to have such a high talent god is really unfair. Dragon Mugwang flashing it seems, had to have the third thing the days of June received. Government policy. Final this matter was forcibly suppressed by Tian's mansion. The news didn't spread at all. Even if Levi was in Xiaofeng, they didn't even know. No one knew what happened to Arudaya. The martial arts world has already lost a lot of power. This happened to be what the people who framed Levi Garrison wanted to see. It has caused a conflict between Levi Garrison and Bailong. The Lopez and Black families are also immersed in the joy of Lavilia's high talent. Even Levi Garrison didn't care. But I did not expect an unprecedented event to happen. He has been given the title of Great Demon. At this moment, the Tianlong members of Tian's mansion had already met with the senior officials of Messiah He. What? The senior officials of Messiah were also very shocked. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. They wanted to defend Levi Garrison. But the bloody facts lay ahead. Wait, he must have the next move. Messiah asked, by the way, who is the master of the king, who is the big demon? The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1813. According to Tian's mansion's explanation, Levi Garrison got the inheritance of that demon. As soon as his exercises and so on were displayed, the Bailong clan and those crooked ways were immediately recognized. Because I saw the shadow of the big demon from him. Before, these monsters of the North Demon were the same as ants. The demon that even the Bailong clan and Tian's mansion were afraid of was the real demon. So Messiah, he wants to know what is sacred? That was the ultimate killer god who used to be the number one in the summer of the summer, the evil god of fire cloud. They people in Tian's mansion took a cold breath. Obviously this fire cloud evil god brought them a great threat. Where is the fire cloud Thulhu now? Messiah asked someone immediately. No one knows where he went, not even the Tianji pavilion, who has always known everything in the world. Huang Hu said coldly, it seems that Huayun Thulhu is still alive. And he passed it on to Levi Garrison. This pair, the martial arts world is still a Rudaya, and it will be an unprecedented disaster. Yes, since ancient times, good and evil have never been balanced. Even if Levi Garrison has made much contribution to Arudaya before. But he is the inheritor of the evil god after all. If he breaks out that day, who can stop it? That's right, and once his children are cultivated, they may become the devil. However, Messiah, he still believed in Levi Garrison. I still believe in one word side by side. No matter when, you should believe that man. Yes, no matter how evil his practice is, his heart is always right. Yes, we always believe in one. The word side by side king. Hearing that everyone in Messiah trusted Levi Garrison so unanimously, the people in Tian's mansion were shocked. None of them expected that Levi Garrison had such a high prestige in everyone's hearts. When the evidence is conclusive, I still believe so. This makes them very angry. Okay, don't worry about this matter. Yes, you were not qualified to intervene in the first place. Listen well, this matter must be kept secret, especially Levi Garrison can't be told. Tian's mansion decided that they would handle the matter themselves. What Levi Garrison didn't know was that Tian's mansion and Bailong had already been eyeing him at this moment. In the end, the plan given by Tian's mansion was to observe Levi Garrison's movements first and see his next move. Secondly, the Lavilia should be admitted to Tian's mansion, and Tian's mansion will be specially trained, so that she will not grow up to become a demon. Soon a few days passed. What's the matter? A few days ago, I came to look for Lavilia one by one, why is there no one now? Yet, logically speaking, Lavilia shouldn't be more power looking for this kind of talent. Come here. They Lopez and Black family are puzzled. Since the reception ceremony, there has been no news. It seems that Lavilia's enthusiasm is gone all at once. No one came to look for her anymore. Everyone forgot about her. Only Levi Garrison was most satisfied. The situation is the best now, no one will bother Lavilia and dare to accept her as a disciple. It seems that the deterrence of his apprenticeship ceremony is still effective. After all, Levi Garrison defeated 13 seventh heavenly powers. Even if other people heard a little wind, they would no longer dare to accept the monarch as a disciple. But Levi Garrison didn't expect something happened. Those people are all dead. The reason why no one dared to accept disciples was because of the forced suppression of the Tian's mansion and the Beilong clan. There is no other reason. Somewhere in Arudaya, a group of people gathered in secret. In the Battle of Bayun Villa, we have destroyed the power of Arudaya martial arts to a great extent. Next, we will have another big wave. The leader sneered. Should I still use Levi Garrison's hands? Someone asked. Of course. With the help of Levi Garrison, we can complete our mission. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1814. This time, it's up to you to do it. Everyone looked at one person in the corner. He was the one who pretended to be Levi Garrison to kill at Bayun Mountain Villa that day. Yet, a faint voice came out. Act as soon as possible. This group of people is about to plot a big sensation. On the other side, Su Zhenjie is about to start his amazing plan. During this time, he was sure that Levi Garrison was no longer staring, so he was relieved to plan boldly. Soon, I will obtain the permission of Laboratory 1. At that time, Laboratory 1 can perfectly perform my experiments perfectly. Su Zhenjie showed a crazy smile. His previous plan was to be completed in Lab number 2, but it was destroyed because of Levi Garrison. And when now Su Zhenjie chooses to carry out a crazy plan in Lab 1. Laboratory number 1 is the largest and best laboratory in Shenlong Science and Technology Base. The probability of success of Su Zhenjie's crazy plan will be greatly increased. Danger is coming. Levi Garrison is a person with a keen sense of smell. The calmer he is, the more the undercurrent is surging. Everything is too peaceful. I always feel that something big is going to happen. He also personally checked the situation everywhere. There is no abnormality. Of course, Levi Garrison didn't care about Lavilia's question. After all, he thought he was deterring all parties. This day, when Levi Garrison was asking the Western Heavenly King whether something unusual happened, Tian's mansion approached him. Levi Garrison was still surprised and curious about Tian's mansion. After all, Tian's mansion and Beilong clan are the foundation of protecting the country. They are in control of Arudaya's foundation and greatest secret. What's wrong with you? Levi Garrison asked. The four Tianlong looked at Levi Garrison warily. In the end, Tianlong said the purpose, one word side by side, right? Our purpose is very simple, for your children. Huang Hu specifically said, Tian's mansion basically decided to raise your children's income. We are here to see your child specific talent. No, I will take my child personally. No one else is needed. As soon as Levi Garrison said this, the faces of the Tianlong four people changed. If this is the case, Lavilia will become a threat. At this moment, a voice sounded, why not let Tian's mansion cultivate? That is the best place for June. June. The Lopez and Black family members who came after hearing the news stared at Levi Garrison angrily. The old lady and the others hurriedly came to Tianlong and the four, we look forward to the stars and the moon, and finally look forward to you. 4. Example, the Beilong clan of Sefu is not a secret today. Everyone knows how powerful they are. They naturally hope that Lavilia will be accepted by Tiansfu. However, it is difficult to contact Tiansfu or Beilong with their abilities. Like today, everyone is excited when the CE house is here. Well, we are here for the children. Where are the children? Huang Hu asked. Zoe, bring Lavilia. Soon, Zoe led Lavilia to the field. Tianlong 4 began to check and analyze Lavilia's talent. Tian's mansion has a special method to measure the level of talent. General talents are divided into levels 1 to 9. Level 4 and 5 are already in place. It is an extraordinary talent. The 6th and 7th levels are called geniuses. The 8th level is rare in the world, and one may appear in 1,000 years. After testing the Lavilia's talent, all 4 of them were shocked. Level 9. The highest level 9. It turns out that TNG Pavilion's ranking is correct. Not exaggerating at all. Lavilia's talent can be on the list. It can even be said that Lavilia is underestimated. What everyone expected was level 7 talent, but unexpectedly it was level 9. Well, I made the decision for Tian's mansion, and I will bring this child back to Tian's mansion for training today. Tian's mansion originally wanted to investigate. But after measuring this talent, Tianlong made the decision directly. I disagree. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1815. The excited Lopez and Black family members disappeared after hearing what Levi Garrison said. All the smiles of Tianlong were gone. It was originally a great good thing, but it was ruined by Levi Garrison's words. Do not agree? Levi Garrison, what do you disagree with? Can you find something better than Tian's mansion? Several people questioned. Levi Garrison said coldly, June, I can teach it myself. I will protect my daughter. I don't need anyone else. But you think again, can she grow up under your wings for a lifetime? I don't want June. June becomes a vase. Some things need to be experienced by her herself. Only in this way will she grow up. Zoe's words made Levi Garrison feel he must be willing to protect his wife and daughter for the rest of his life, but Lavilia does need to grow up. She has been different from other children since she was born, which is exactly her destiny. If you keep Lavilia by your side to protect him, it is indeed bad for Lavilia's growth. But now that Lavilia is handed over to Tian's mansion, Levi Garrison is not at ease. He is currently unable to control the Tian's mansion at all, and if anything goes wrong, he simply can't take care of it. The reason why Lavilia was allowed to go to Wushuan City before was because he could control Wushuan City with one hand. The situation is completely different now. One word side by side king is the decision of Tian's mansion, and it is also in order. If you don't believe it, you can ask Messiah He. Tianlong 4 decided to take the monarch away today, and they will do whatever it takes. Huang Hu's tone was gentle, please don't worry, your child's talent is amazing. We guarantee that. She will not be aggrieved at all in Tian's mansion, she will also be cultivated as the number 1 seed. The future will protect the country. She can do it. The mysterious wolf who has been silent for a while also echoed, Tian's mansion is the strongest ancient martial arts institution in Arudaya. It is not comparable to those of the rivers and lakes. Your baby is too late, no people will hurt her. Levi Garrison, it's useless if you don't agree. Lavilia must go to Tian's mansion. Lopez and Black's family scolded. Plum's die also leaves looking at the complex harborside said. Monarchs, we cannot protect. The life of June is her own best way to protect yourself. And Levi Garrison looked complicated. Such as the orders of Sefu and Messiah He today. And the persuasion of family and wife. There is also Lavilia's future considerations. He is very messy. Okay, let Lavilia go to Tian's mansion and try it first. If you don't do well, I will pick it up at any time. Levi Garrison finally agreed. Okay. Yes. Let her get used to it for a while. If you have nothing else, we will take the child away. Tianlong 4 were eager. I can't wait to take Lavilia away right away. Hold on. Let's tell Lavilia individually. Everyone was not prepared when the incident happened suddenly. So everyone said goodbye to Lavilia one by one. Zoe was the second to last to bid farewell to Lavilia, crying very loudly. Levi Garrison was the last to say goodbye to Lavilia. There were also tears in his eyes. Lavilia, this kid is too sensible. He also took the initiative to comfort Levi Garrison not to cry. Levi Garrison was afraid that he could not bear the pain of parting, so he took the first step to leave. Not wanting to see the parting scene with Lavilia. Coming to the outside of the villa, Levi Garrison lit a cigarette and inhaled. About a few minutes later, the chaotic sound of footsteps sounded, and the Tianlong 4 and Zoe all surrounded. Pointing to Levi Garrison's nose and shouting, Levi Garrison quickly hand over the child. Hey! 1. Sentence made Levi Garrison stunned. Hand over the baby? What do you mean? Lavilia is in her bedroom. Levi Garrison said in surprise. You fart. The child is gone, it is clear that you are hiding. Source of the God of War. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1816. Source of Zhenguo Aries. The Earth Tiger burst into a drink on the spot. A pair of tigers stared at Levi Garrison. Yes, it was definitely you who hid the child. Now you are pretending to be garlic. Yes, the last June you saw, Lavilia has disappeared since then. Isn't it you or who? You don't want Lavilia joining Tian's mansion, why use this method? Almost everyone present was yelling at Levi Garrison. Just now everyone said goodbye to Lavilia, and finally after Levi Garrison left, the Tianlong 4 went to the room to pick Lavilia out. It turned out that Lavilia was gone. Everyone quickly found a circle around the villa, and there was no trace of Lavilia at all. She disappeared. The first thing that came to everyone's mind was that Levi Garrison had hidden Lavilia. After all, Levi Garrison was the last to meet Lavilia. After he came out, Lavilia disappeared. That means his problem. Zoe's face is going to be dark. She looked at Levi Garrison and said disappointedly, I know you are reluctant to bear Lavilia. And I can't bear it either. But Lavilia has her own world, does it make sense for you to restrain her like this? You quickly hand over Lavilia, or I will be disappointed in you. Others urged, quickly hand over Lavilia, and several adults will take Lavilia back to Tian's mansion. They Tianlong 4 were very angry. But due to Levi Garrison's strength, they dare not get angry. Everyone stared at Levi Garrison. Let him hand over Lavilia. Levi Garrison was dumbfounded. He doesn't even know what happened. It took dozens of seconds for Levi Garrison to react. He was trembling, clenching his fists tightly, and asked nervously, You, what did you say? Lavilia is gone. Look at this guy who is still pretending to be garlic. It's obviously he who hid Lavilia. And he asked. Us disappeared June. Plum Dai suddenly raising the voice. Yes, June is gone. If you hide it, I beg you to. June handed. Boom. Get after an affirmative answer, Levi's brain thumped. Problem occurs. Something happened. Strictly guarded, Lavilia was still arrested. Still under his nose. This is unbearable. Boom. Levi Garrison turned into a wind and left. A group of people were left dumbfounded. What does Levi Garrison mean? Keep the child hidden or hand it over. Levi Garrison, stop for us, where are you going? Levi Garrison immediately went to find Lavilia. He quickly looked around. Sure enough, I found somewhere in the deep forest, there was a special energy. Obviously Lavilia was taken away. Levi Garrison's secret team quickly gathered, saying that they did not find anything. And because of Levi Garrison's own presence, he arranged the secret team farther away. If the opponent dispatches a super master, you may not be able to detect it. For example, this time, Levi Garrison and the 4 masters of Tian's mansion were present. They took Lavilia away from under their noses. I was careless. Levi Garrison patted his forehead. In order not to see the parting scene, he deliberately walked out a distance. It was this distance that gave the other party an opportunity. Who on earth took Lavilia away? Levi Garrison is looking up to the sky and roaring. He was arrested for protecting Lavilia in this way. I blame myself very much. But one thing is certain, the opponent sent to capture Lavilia is definitely a super giant. Under the eyes of the 4 masters of Tian's mansion, he quietly took away Lavilia. Could it be an ordinary person? It seems that the other party has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. They 4 masters of Tian's mansion came, but it was another opportunity. At this time, everyone hurried over. Where is Lavilia? Hand over Lavilia quickly. Everyone scolded. Levi Garrison was angry. At this time, he was still suspecting that he had hidden Lavilia. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1817. The sky is falling. For Levi Garrison, the disappearance of Lavilia was like the sky collapsed. This group of people are still here to wrong him. Levi Garrison can't wait to slap all of them to death. He stared at the Tianlong 4 angrily. My daughter let the enemy take away. I have no time to talk. Nonsense with you. Let the enemy take away. Everyone was stunned. Then Tianlong sneered, impossible. How could the child be taken away? Really, if the 4 of us don't exist? Earth Tiger looked proud. Yes. We are in the courtyard, and the child is not far from us. More than 100 meters, it is equivalent to under our noses. No one can take people away from under our 4 eyelids. Yes, you underestimated us. With us, how could the enemy be silent? How about taking people away? Huang Hu also agreed. Xian Lang looked at Levi Garrison with cold eyes. No one can snatch people away under our noses. And still unaware. That can only mean that you are lying. Yes, unless there is only one possibility: you hid the child silently by yourself, and then blamed other people who didn't need it. They. Tianlong 4 pointed to Levi Garrison. Levi Garrison was the last to see Lavilia. Moreover, the 4 heavenly dragons knew his identity as the heavenly king, and it was no problem to do all this with his strength. Levi Garrison smiled. The ability to take people away from under your noses can only show you food. You are looking for death. Xian Lang said word by word. The whole body exudes a cold killing intent. In any case, everyone present believed that it was Levi Garrison who hid the monarch. After all, it was almost the same as the previous massacre at Bayun Mountain Villa. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'm going to find Lavilia. Levi Garrison ignored the others and left. Dare you? Xian Lang stopped in front of Levi Garrison. Leave me aside, or don't blame me for killing you. Levi Garrison's eyes were murderous. Xian Lang, get out of the way. The voice of Tianlong sounded. Only then did Xian Lang slowly let go. Why don't you let me take the shot? I won't lose. And there are you. Xian Lang obviously refused to accept Levi Garrison. Even if he is the strongest in the sky list, Xian Lang is the best fight among the 4. The strength far exceeds the 7th heaven. We'd better not conflict with him, don't force him. Tianlong explained. Then what to do? Staring at him. Staring at him from now on. As long as you follow him, you can definitely find the child. Tianlong ordered. 4 adults, don't worry, we must let him hand over the child. Zoe, you must let him hand over the child. Lopez and Black's family agreed. You don't need this matter, we will solve it. They Tianlong 4 left here. Next, Levi Garrison may make big moves. He doesn't want the child to follow us. The reason is very simple. He doesn't want this child to let us cultivate decent characters. He wants to cultivate it himself. Tianlong analyzed. We have to stare at him, and then get the child back. This is very important. We have to seek support, otherwise Levi Garrison will not be able to deal with it. Okay, immediately contact Tian's mansion and report the news truthfully. After Levi Garrison left here, immediately contacted the old ministries of the parties and began to search for Lavilia's whereabouts. He sent all the strongest Western heavenly kings out, just to find out the whereabouts of Lavilia. Others are anxious like ants on a hot pot. But the good point is that the other party did not directly attack Lavilia, but took her away. Obviously they have other plans. Maybe it was for yourself. Thinking of this, Levi Garrison was a little relieved. Lavilia at the moment did not leave Arudaya. She was taken somewhere in Arudaya. At this moment, the group of people appeared. The most important thing is this group of people. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1818. Levi Garrison had seen this group of people in the cemetery near Fengtian City. The Higashishima samurai entrained in the Angia family. When Levi Garrison was asked to face him upright, the group of people were strange and forced in Jia to apologize. At that time, Levi Garrison realized that this group of people might have a conspiracy. Let the Western Heavenly King send someone to stare at him. But until now, this group of people hasn't shown any strangeness in the slightest. Therefore, the observation of the West Heavenly King has always been stable. But these people are only planners, not implementers. They didn't do anything, so the West Heavenly King's intelligence department would not find out. It turned out that everything in Bayun Villa was planned by this group of people. Now, they sent a strong man to capture Lavilia. Ono-kun is fortunate. The crowd bowed to a shadow. There was a shadow in the faint light. That is Ono-kun in the crowd, Ichiro Ono. He has a nickname called Shadow Warrior. It means that he is like the shadow. In addition to practicing Higashishima Kendo, Ono Ichiro also practices a special technique ninjutsu. If he hides, basically no one can find him. He can hide anywhere, almost blending with the environment. It is a bit like the leader of the god-killing organization that Levi Garrison killed in the War Eagle Nation. But when it comes to hiding technology alone, Ichiro Ono is stronger. The powerful Shadowman is the assassination technique, and Ono Ichiro's powerful is the invisibility technique. So when Ono Ichiro captured Lavilia, the four masters of Tianlong did not respond. Even Levi Garrison, who was relatively far away outside, didn't notice it either. After all, Levi Garrison didn't notice a trace of energy fluctuations. Masters, my task is complete. Now it's up to you all. Ono Ichiro quickly retreated. After a few East Island warriors glanced at Lavilia, they said in unison, "Okay. Let's start." Levi Garrison had a foreboding that these East Islanders had premeditated, but he didn't expect these guys to move so much or come directly at him. On the other side, Levi Garrison sent out all the power that could be sent out. Almost the entire Arudaya was frantically looking for Lavilia's whereabouts. Levi Garrison knew it was useless to worry. He sat, calming his mind. But my heart hasn't calmed down. He is forcibly calming himself down. He regrets now and should continue to install the location tracking chip on Lavilia. Otherwise, he would already know where Lavilia is. Regret. After rescuing Lavilia, he will implant the chip again. The Tianlong people were still staring at Levi Garrison. No? The daughter is lost, he is so calm. Looking at Levi Garrison, who was calmly meditating, Earth Tiger said, dissatisfied. That means his daughter was not lost at all. I can't bear it. Finally they couldn't help but walked out. Levi Garrison, you keep saying that your daughter was taken away by the enemy. At this time, shouldn't you go all over the world in a hurry? How can you calmly meditate here? Huang Hu asked directly. Levi Garrison didn't open his eyes and said, it's not your turn to take care of my Levi Garrison's affairs. I'm in a bad mood, hurry up. Hearing Levi Garrison's strong attitude, the Tianlong Four were furious. When have they been treated this way? As the strongest Gyawu institution in Arudaya, they are almost outside any rules, even Messiah can't order them. Such status determines their nobility. Who dares to talk to them like this? Dare to tell them to go? Eat the bear heart and leopard courage. Levi Garrison, I will warn you one last time, and quickly hand over the child. Don't force me to do it. I've been tolerating you for a long time. Xian Lang couldn't bear it anymore. He had long wanted to challenge the King of Heaven. Boom! Suddenly, Levi Garrison opened his eyes, then stopped talking nonsense and start fighting. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1819. This was Levi Garrison's most annoying moment, but Tianlong kept buzzing in his ears like flies. Levi Garrison had the heart to kill. He wants to shoot these four people out. The Tianlong trio wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The rattling atmosphere is on the verge. Xian Lang looked very excited and sneered, let me try how strong is the top 20. One punch for you. Levi Garrison already raised his fist and was about to blast out. Boom! Levi Garrison raised this fist. The earth was trembling, and the wind gradually condensed. An overwhelming momentum is coming. The complexion of Tianlong people changed drastically. The strong one in the sky list is really strong enough. Even Xian Lang's face changed drastically. But he became more and more excited. The stronger Levi Garrison is, the more interested he is. Xian Lang also began to run the strongest technique. I am going to compete with Levi. At the very moment of his death, the Western Heavenly King suddenly ran in a hurry. Wang, there's news. She shouted at Levi Garrison. A big battle was abruptly destroyed. Hearing that, Levi Garrison abruptly retracted his fist and hurriedly left with the Western Heavenly King. Next time you won't be so lucky. Before leaving, Levi Garrison left a word to Xian Lang. Xian Lang would be half to death with anger. Listen to what he said? I suspect he didn't dare. Just avoid me like this. Xian Lang said angrily. Tianlong looked at each other. Is that really the case? Is he scared? They couldn't think of other reasons. After all, they always thought that Levi Garrison had hidden Lavilia, not lost it. Go, let's follow, continue to stare at him, and see what tricks he has. On the other side, Levi Garrison followed the Zishan King to the Jiangbei base. Wang, we just got information. Someone took Lavilia to a small island in the East Arudaya Sea of Arudaya. We must openly find a master for Lavilia. Levi Garrison frowned, my daughter has someone else's turn to find her master. Has my consent been obtained? Yes. And the condition for accepting monarchs as disciples is to bring out the treasures. Whose treasure is worth more? Who can accept the monarch as a disciple? They. Words are not astonishing and endless. When the Western Heavenly King said this, Levi Garrison's face changed wildly. What? How about accepting my daughter as a disciple? You are challenging my bottom line. Levi Garrison's whole body is hostile, and there is a killing between heaven and earth. All the surrounding people suddenly have difficulty breathing, even suffocation. They Terrible hostility and killing intent are overwhelming. After the Tianlong people arrived, they felt terrified. This. Isn't this a crooked way? This terrible evil. This is the first time they personally feel the monarch's leaf comes out of hostility. More and more of the leaf as monarchs of the devil. This does not get rid of the devil, sooner or later will be chaos in the big summer. Xianlang and several people have already given birth to a strong killing intent. In the base. Levi Garrison shouted wildly, quickly check it out. Specific island. What time is it? Find it out for me. As quickly as possible. I don't care who it is. You really provoke me this time, kill me. Kill without mercy. Levi Garrison was very angry, very angry. How could he not be angry when his daughter was taken into a disciple like this? Everyone is dispatched, find me. Levi Garrison also asked Xiao Feng and his secret team to find someone. He even gathered all the evil ways to recover. Let them find it too. Perhaps these people are more informed. It just happened that the scene of the gathering of evil sects and crooked ways was really seen by the Tianlong 4. What is Levi Garrison going to do? With so many evil sects, is he going to turn around? They Tianlong 4 were frightened. Immediately notify the Tian's mansion and the Beilong clan, let them send someone. Hurry up! Hurry up! Levi is here to make a big move. That's right. Lavilia is to be accepted as a disciple. This is their plan. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1820. With Lavilia's super talent, once the news of his apprenticeship is released, everyone is afraid that everyone will be snatching it. Whether it is Arudaya's power, or global power. Everyone wants it. However, the news of Lavilia's apprenticeship did not spread to the East Island on a large scale. Even secret to the extreme. No news will be released. And what about the forces that want to accept disciples? It was they who sent out invitation letters one by one. The forces receiving the invitation, for their own benefit, naturally kept silent. Therefore, no one knew about the news of Lavilia's apprenticeship except for those who were actively invited. Although the news of the apprenticeship reception this time is closed, there are still many people invited to participate. On an unknown island somewhere in the East Arudaya Sea, it is in the depths of the East Arudaya Sea, where storms converge. This place happens to be in the restricted area. Most of the time, even satellites cannot be detected. Airplanes and ships generally avoid this area deliberately. But the warriors of Toshima chose to accept the monarch on this small island. Therefore, even if the Western Heavenly King has the strongest intelligence agency, it is difficult to find here the first time. On the island, the samurai of Higashishima came here early. A helicopter fell, and several masters brought Lavilia here. The venue has long been set up. Lavilia was locked up in the background. Lavilia blinked his big eyes without making a sound, crying, or making trouble. Seeing her serious attitude looking around, she seems to be thinking of a way. Although Lavilia is young, she is a sensible child. The experience that was different from that of other children since childhood has made her mind far more than ordinary people. Lavilia held his small hand tightly, and sighed that he was still not strong enough. The only thing she was waiting for was Levi Garrison's rescue. But she also needs to do what she can. Like remembering everyone present. Even if they are all masked, she still has to remember the characteristics. Even their own words, Lavilia must remember all of them. When the time comes, let Dad have more clues. The leader of the Toshima samurai, covering his face, sneered, "Let's take a look at the first day of the summer, how much value can it bring to us? Ha ha ha, wait and see. Everything is ready. Then wait for the forces that want to accept disciples to come." Rumble. Not long after, there was a rumbling sound over the island. A helicopter arrived. The first one entered. From the ancient power of the great dragon palace in Arudaya, the lord of the mad dragon is the god of war. The strength is close to the 8 heavens. The 19th strongest in the summer. One rank higher than Levi Garrison. In fact, after the covenant of the gods and various disturbances, various ancient forces have emerged. One by one. But the stronger and more ancient forces are still in a state of seclusion. Never appeared. I don't know where this group of East Island invited them from. It is enough to show that they are great. Rumble, the second one entered. Venerable Xianlei, the lord of Xianlei Palace. The 15th strongest in the summer list. The third place enters. The lord of Fenglei City, Fengeljian Supreme. 13th on the big summer list. The fourth place enters. The fifth entry. Soon representatives of more than a dozen forces entered the venue. Almost the 11th to 20th on the big summer ranking are here. 16th admission. He is the sword of God from us, the wonder Xianming House, big summer standings ranked. 12th. 17th admission. He is from Wolong 5 Long Dao Ren, famous for his spells. Ranked 11th in the summer list. After these two entered the arena, everyone gasped. Except for the top 10 in the summer, all the others are here. Half of the sky list, this is terrible. Not only Arudaya forces came. Together with the neighboring countries around Arudaya, dozens of powerful ancient forces have also arrived. Most of the invited forces have come. Source of Zhen Country War God. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1821. It can be said that the strong are gathered. One power is greater than one power, and one is older than the other. Most people in the world have never heard of it. But all of them are terrifying to death. Especially half of the big summer list has come. Think how terrifying Jintian Wang is? But here is someone who ranks above him. They are so scary. After another half an hour, all the disciples to be accepted finally arrived. A grand gathering of apprentices is about to begin. Only Lavilia is to be accepted. This is clearly the conspiracy of the samurai Toshima. The specific conspiracy has not been revealed yet. Lavilia's talent is too high. Known as an unparalleled genius. Even the top players in the Sky List want to bring them back to train and become the cornerstone of their power in the future. So Lavilia was mentioned in the invitation letter, and half of the summer list came one after another. I want to take away this little baby to accept a disciple. What are your requirements? Xianlei, the master of the palace of Xianlei, said coldly. This sound came out as if thunder was roaring. It shook everyone's ears buzzing. Hello, Master Xianlei, the conditions for accepting this little baby as a disciple are very simple. It depends on what you exchange for it. Everyone present is the same. Whoever exchanges the most value, who belongs to this child. And we guarantee that after accepting this child as an apprentice, we can leave this island safely. After hearing the explanation of this group of forces, everyone gradually understood. Many people are also relieved. Some are slightly weaker, afraid that they will be robbed directly by the strong after taking the emperor as a disciple. But with the promise of the East Island forces, they were relieved. After accepting the apprentice monarch, they can leave safely. Because so far, everyone does not understand the power of this arresting Lavilia. But the other party has all their information. So everyone is sure that even the most powerful Wolong Taoist will not easily challenge this mysterious force. Therefore, after accepting the monarch as a disciple, it is absolutely safe. In this way, the apprenticeship meeting is the most fair. After they formulated the rules, everyone began to think, what on earth should they take to accept the monarch as a disciple? The people present are all super big people, and there are certainly not few treasures in their hands. It depends on who has the greatest value. The apprentice receiving conference is about to begin here. Levi Garrison and the others haven't found where the island is. Especially the Western Heavenly King they were looking for like crazy. Levi Garrison was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. During this period, many people have looked for him. For example, Zoe dies them and asks him to hand over the children and stop making trouble. Messiah also approached him and asked him what's going on. More this kind of time, the more people ask, the more annoying Levi Garrison will be. If there is a provocative person like Xian Lang, Levi Garrison guesses that he will really kill. However, Tianlong's request for support is already in place. The masters of Tian's mansion and Beilong clan had already arrived on the road. They still stared at Levi Garrison. Whenever there is a turmoil, they will act first to stop Levi Garrison. Hurry! The cold sweat on Levi Garrison's forehead. Knowing a little clue, but can't find it, how anxious this is. At the same time he blames himself very much. At the beginning, he shouldn't be soft-hearted, and he shouldn't let Levi come to Tian's mansion. Otherwise this stall happened. This also blames these guys in Tian's mansion. Ah! Levi Garrison roared angrily. If Lavilia made any mistakes, he would never forgive himself in his life. Lavilia was obviously lost, and many people wronged him and hid him. But at this time, Levi Garrison didn't care about all of this. Puff! Levi couldn't hold back his heart, and opened his mouth and shot out blood. Check, I found it. Wang, the island has finally been found. At the moment of despair, news of the Western Heavenly King came. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1822. The location is on an island somewhere in the East Arudaya Sea, the specifics are all inside. King Zishan marked the location. Go, immediately arrange the fastest means of transportation for me. Levi Garrison couldn't wait to fly over. It's just that his strength hasn't reached that level yet. Soon, King Xi arranged a supersonic fighter plane to carry Levi Garrison to the small island in the East Arudaya Sea. As soon as Levi Garrison moved here, the Tianlong Four immediately became alert. Quickly find out where Levi Garrison went, let's follow. Also, let the support of Tian's mansion and Beilong clan divert to follow us. Tian's mansion also chased up immediately. After all, Levi Garrison's whereabouts were not a secret. If they forcefully use commands or means, it is easy to know all this. Levi is in front, and they are behind. Levi Garrison on the plane had only one belief: quickly reached the island and rescued Lavilia. On the small island, the apprenticeship meeting began. The various forces displayed valuable things one by one. My treasure is a top combat skill. Kengming combat skill. Hi! After hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Have you taken out this combat skill? Too frightening. My treasure is a celestial spear. His. Looking at the dazzling Tian Shen gun, everyone took another breath. The god spear is cast from meteorite iron from the outer world, and is known to pierce everything. Whoever owns it will definitely increase their strength. The things I took out are some valuable treasures. Then the major forces began to show their treasures one after another. Each piece is invaluable, and the sound of cold breath is endless. But the Higashishima samurai looked calm. Obviously none of these things are what they want. The really powerful characters haven't shot yet. Dozens of forces in the countries around Arudaya also showed their trump cards one by one. And the apprentice reception conference has gradually reached a climax. The value of their treasures is also greater than that of one item, and they are all treasures that have caused a sensation when they are taken out. But the leaders of the Toshima samurai still shook their heads. After all, these things still fell short of their expectations. I'm coming. This time, the lord of Fenglei city Fenglei Jianzhizun stood up. My treasure is a heavenly frost sword. It is cast by the fusion of thousands of years of profound ice. And it is comparable to my Fenglei sword. Fenglei Sword Supreme took out a sword. Suddenly, the temperature in the entire area dropped, and everyone felt a deep chill. Seeing this sword came out, the eyes of the samurai Higashishima slowly lit up. This is what they are interested in. My treasure is a magical medicine. It can transform an ordinary person into a seventh heavenly power. After the master of the Xianming Hall, Xianming Daoshan appeared, everyone was suffocated. Isn't this magic medicine terrible? The eyes of the Higashishima samurai were bright again. They are more interested in this. The usefulness of this magical medicine is too great. The effect of the medicine can be said to be amazing. But then, everyone turned their attention to one person. The 11th five-dragon Taoist in the Big Summer. He is different from the martial artist, he is practicing Taoism. But strong warriors have to bow their heads. Otherwise, he won't be the 11th one on the top list. Now he is the only one left in the court without any treasures. Taoist Walong had a cold face, and he had a look in his eyes. The apprentice next to him immediately took out a wooden box. My master's treasure is one of Walong Mountain's magic weapons, God Lei Yin, said the little apprentice. The magic weapon of this kind of Taoism is the same as the weapon of the warrior, which adds to the combat effectiveness. In fact, the magic weapon is easy to understand. In ordinary people's lives. For example, the elderly like to go to temples and Taoist temples to ask for something, pray for fortune and increase luck. This is actually the same as the magic weapon. It's just that the god Lei Yin of Walong Taoist is here to kill people. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1823. The little apprentice glanced at the audience and said, the God Thunder seal contains a touch of sky thunder, which can trigger the momentum of the sky thunder. The power is huge. The seventh heaven warrior can't hold it. This word came out. Everyone present is going crazy. This god Lei Yin was much stronger than the little thunder god that Levi Garrison killed in the Eagle Nation. The thunder and lightning of little Thor is awakened and controlled by humans. But the god Thunder seal contains the sky thunder. Power is not one level at all. Everyone was frightened watching God Lei Yin. Doesn't it mean that God Lei Yin can obliterate most of the people present? If you are in the hands of a strong person, such as the 5 dragons, you can kill everyone present. If it is an ordinary 7th heavenly powerhouse and possesses this artifact, it can challenge the heavenly ranking powerhouse. Even Walong Taoist himself. Who doesn't want to own this kind of artifact? The eyes of everyone present glowed. What if the god Lei Yin is his own? When the Higashishima samurai saw Shinrei Yin appear on stage, almost everyone's eyes were shining. This is what they really want. Everyone can understand the result as soon as the god Thunder Prince Lavilia belongs to the Walong Taoist absolutely. Others can't grab it at all. One of the samurai of Toshima stepped forward and took the god Lei Yin from the Walong Taoist disciple. Because they have to verify the authenticity in the background. All the treasures of everyone just now were taken to the backstage to verify the authenticity. On the other hand, they were able to decide who could accept the monarch as a disciple through comparison. They didn't care if their treasures would be secretly taken away by this group of people. I didn't even think about it. After all, such a big power wouldn't do this kind of sneaky thing, right? But they all thought wrong. The original conspiracy plan of this group of Toshima samurai was to transfer all the treasures away. The treasures handed over by the masters in front have long been transferred away by them one by one. Now there is only one God Thunder seal left. Evacuate. Everyone will evacuate to me. After getting the God Thunder seal, the Toshima samurai evacuated one after another. You leave at last and send this child over, the leader commanded. Hold on. Immediately, he smeared blood on Lavilia's face. In the end, Lavilia was brought to the front. When the masters saw Lavilia coming out, everyone was even more calm. Even Taoist Walong didn't think much. Wait a minute, everyone, the result will come out immediately, and your treasures will be back. After getting the affirmative answer, everyone felt more relieved. As everyone knows, all the treasures were taken away at this time. There were no people in the field. This is the conspiracy of these East Icelanders. First, invite this group of masters here, and then get everyone's treasure. Second, it is estimated that the location and plan will be revealed to Levi Garrison a little bit, so that Levi can come here. Third, after they leave, Levi Garrison will arrive soon, and Levi Garrison will definitely fight these masters at that time. The ultimate goal is to reproduce the scene of Bayun Mountain Villa to kill all these masters one by one, and then put the blame on Levi Garrison. Maybe there is no need to put the blame on this time, the angry Levi Garrison might kill these people by himself. Even if Levi Garrison loses, he will suffer both. Then they will send someone out to harvest again. In any case, it was a painful blow to the Erudaya martial arts world. These 2 times, I am afraid that 1/3 of the vitality of the Erudaya martial arts world will be damaged. This will be a great situation for Higashi Shimabudo. More than that, this group of people also invited the ancient forces from the neighboring countries around Erudaya. But there is no force from the East Island. Their purpose is very simple. While attacking Erudaya martial arts, they also attacked the martial arts of several surrounding countries. In this way, Higashi Shimabudo can completely rise. This is the conspiracy of this apprentice gathering. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1824. They captured Lavilia and gathered the ancient forces and martial arts masters in Erudaya and the surrounding area. He wanted to use Levi Garrison's hand to destroy these people to the utmost extent and severely damage the martial arts circles in Erudaya and surrounding countries. I have to say that they are ingeniously planned. Many people have been fooled. For example, the Wolong Taoists who are sitting and waiting. In addition, the news that the Western Heavenly King found out was deliberately released bit by bit. The purpose is to just let the masters like Levi Garrison and Wolong Taoist encounter. So there is a big battle. Use the same method to kill everyone. If Levi dies in battle, their people will come out to harvest everything. If Levi Garrison was not dead, that would be the best situation. They can later shape Levi Garrison into a big demon. Let Levi Garrison fight the Erudaya masters in a nest, thus further destroying and weakening the strength of Erudaya martial arts. A few minutes passed. All the forces on the East Island have been tossed away. Only the Wolong Taoists and the monarch covered in blood are left behind. At this moment, Levi Garrison, who was on the fighter plane, received news from the Western Heavenly King. It is a few photos. In the photo, Lavilia is covered in blood, and his pitiful appearance is pitiful. When Levi Garrison saw the photo, his anger was widened, and his whole person was going crazy. The bruises in his arm violently, as if to tear his skin out at any time. He has a grim look, and his eyes are filled with anger. A terrible killing intent radiated from him, and everyone felt the terrible killing intent. The scalp was numb, and the cold air on the soles of his feet rushed to the heavens. His eyes turned blood red, just like the devil. The people traveling with him were all frightened, for fear that Levi Garrison would get angry and kill them all. Levi Garrison was extremely angry. The anger of a father. Who can bear it? On the island. 10 minutes passed. But all the people who held the apprenticeship meeting were gone, and none of them were gone. At this time, Wolong Taoist realized something was wrong. Go and see, all of them seem to be gone. As soon as the Wolong Taoist uttered, everyone discovered the strangeness and went to the backstage to check. From this look, everyone found the problem. The opponent all ran away. All the babies along with everyone are swept away. Nothing left. Searching on the island, no one was seen. The other party has already run away. The Wolong Taoist in the auction hall said, "No need to look for it, they have already left. Very far. Far away." Wolong Taoist has just felt it, and the perception of God Layan is completely gone. It means that you are far away. But Wolong Taoist is calm. Because he doesn't lose anything. Although Shen Layan was taken away, Lavilia he got it. "Take her, let's leave." Wolong Taoist ordered. The apprentice stepped forward and was about to take Lavilia away. "Hold on!" Someone suddenly shouted. "Wolong Taoist is a bit inappropriate. That group is clearly a liar. Our things are lost." "Yes, we lost all of our treasures. Isn't it appropriate for you to take it away?" Everyone stared at it. Wolong Taoist mentor and apprentice. A flash of cold light flashed in the eyes of Taoist Wolong. "What does that have to do with the poor?" "Tao." "Yes, Master is right. You have lost things. Go find them. What do you do with us?" "It's not us. Let's go." "Yes, what does it have to do with us? Besides, we got this child in exchange for God Thunder Seal." "You." Everyone was speechless for a while. "I don't know what to say. There is a saying that this matter has nothing to do with the Wolong Taoists. There is nothing wrong with them. But the current situation is very embarrassing. Everyone lost something. Did Wolong Taoist get the benefits and let him leave? Impossible. No, you can't take this child away." Everyone stopped. "Who dares to take my child away?" The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1825. A voice came down like thunder. Excited. The weaker person was directly shocked to vomit blood. Everyone is dumbfounded at this moment. Including the masters of the 9 top rankings. There is a brief absence at this moment. Crack. Boom. Boom. As soon as the sound came, a figure fell from the sky and stepped directly through the top of the auction hall. After landing, the earth trembled even more. Rumbled. Everyone was shaken. After landing, Levi Garrison picked up Lavilia for the first time. He began to check Lavilia's situation. He was relieved to make sure that Lavilia was okay. But he resisted without tears. Later, the men who came with Levi Garrison rushed over. "Watch your children." Levi Garrison handed the children to them. With a pair of terrifying eyes, he looked at Wolong Taoist and them. "Dare to move my child, you all have to die." Levi Garrison was very angry and angry. What a terrible breath! Hiss! Are you the king of heaven? Someone judged Levi Garrison's true identity through his breath. "Don't care who I am, you are all going to die anyway. Those involved in this matter are going to die." Levi Garrison's red eyes, killing intent pouring out. Everyone present suddenly felt the pressure. Even the rest of the top-ranking players feel threatened. Before, they felt that Levi's squad king had just been included in the ranking list, and the gap with them was still not small. Now it seems that he is not weak. The King of Heaven listened to us to explain. Someone wanted to tell the truth. But Levi Garrison just arrived and didn't know what happened. "I don't even know that the one who actually set up the conspiracy left long ago." In his opinion, it was among these people who captured Lavilia and hosted the auction. "Anyway, kill them all, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Kill." Levi Garrison immediately punched. Several seventh heavenly powerhouses in front of him immediately began to block. And boom! It's just that Levi Garrison's punch is too terrible. With a punch, the gods and ghosts trembled, and the world paled. It seems to be with heavenly might. Puff! Puff! All the masters splashed blood on the spot and all flew out. The others haven't reacted yet. Levi Garrison deceived him. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. In the small space, all kinds of combat skills came out together with Levi Garrison's punches. Levi Garrison crushed like a tank. People kept flying out around. Although those who came to participate in the auction were all masters of the seventh heaven or close to the seventh heaven. But in front of Levi Garrison, there was no way to stop him. He is like the demon from Juyu Hell. Gods and Buddhas are hard to stop. Soon, most of the people who blocked him have fallen. You know, they are all masters. There is no way to stop an angry Levi Garrison. Huo! Huoyun Thulhu's disciple. It turned out to be the inheritance of that great demon. I said, how could it be so powerful? It turned out to be the descendant of the ultimate Thulhu. After observing Levi Garrison's battle, Wulong Taoists saw Levi Garrison's technique. Don't look at Levi Garrison's tricks every time it was ordinary punches and kicks. But this simple punch and kick is Huoyun Thulhu's ultimate move. One punch and one kick contains the most majestic strength and the most extreme speed. In martial arts in the world, no firmness will not break, but quickness will not break. This is the truth. After simplifying the complicated tricks, it is speed and power. Levi Garrison is now faster than others and more powerful than others. So kill the quartet. This is also the foundation of Huoyun Thulhu's foothold. In public and private, it seems that we can't let the descendants of this demon leave here. After Wulong Taoist and other masters of the 9 Great Summer ranking glanced at each other, they already had the intent to kill. Soon, Levi Garrison finished dealing with the others. There are only the 9 strongest players standing. The battle between the top players is coming. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1825. Jianzixianji reminds you, after reading, please collect, and then it is more convenient to look at. But one thing is that Levi Garrison just wanted to kill someone angrily. But when he did it, he still left behind. They just maimed these people, but didn't kill them directly. Later, he will ask who arrested Lavilia. Masters of Tianban, must take down this demon. He is almost invincible. The people lying on the ground began to shout. Their hopes are all in the top players of the 9 top rankings. Of course, they think that Levi Garrison, no matter how strong it is no better than the 9 top players. After all, according to the ranking, Levi Garrison was at the bottom. No matter how strong he is. Wulong Taoist, Xianming Dao Shen, these powerhouses absolutely dominate him. This is the ranking of Tian's Mansion Tianji Pavilion. Have absolute authority. There is a 99% probability that you can't go wrong. I can kill him alone. They. Lord of the Crazy Dragon Palace, the Lord of the Crazy Dragon, stood up. I'm ahead of him in terms of ranking, and he won't be my opponent anyway. You don't. What else does Taoist Wulong want to remind? The Crazy Dragon God of War has already been killed. The fury of the Crazy Dragon. Once the Crazy Dragon God of War got started, it was the ultimate killer move. In an instant the hall was razed to the ground. The power of the Mad Dragon exploded, pressing on Levi Garrison continuously. He was like a mad dragon. The figure skyrocketed instantly. The air surging around gradually turned into a mad dragon, wanting to engulf Levi Garrison. This is the 19th ability of the Heaven List. Broken. Levi Garrison snorted coldly. One punch suddenly tore the mad dragon, infuriating. Puff. He slammed his fist heavily on the crazy dragon god of war. The crazy dragon god of war was instantly lost, and the whole person flew out. You underestimate him, he is a descendant of Thulhu. He is almost in a state of being a demon. Yes, let's go together. The rest of the top players have seen Levi Garrison's power. Later, they wanted to join forces to kill Levi Garrison. Lord Xianlei of the Palace of Xianlei. The Lord of Fenglei City, Fengeljian Supreme. Xianming Dao Shen, the Lord of Xianming Hall. All the strong one after another came forward. Except for the 5 dragons Taoists, all the other top 7 strongest in the sky list all shot together. To kill Xiang Levi Garrison. Xianlei Gong. Fenglei Sword. Xianming Dao. They 7 masters of the top rankings cooperated with each other tacitly, and the 7 teamed up. The strongest combat skills have hit Levi Garrison one after another. Any space and route for Levi Garrison to escape was locked. Let him go head to head. The 7 violent moves all came out, and they didn't believe that Levi Garrison could stop them, let alone that Levi Garrison could survive. Kill. Levi was full of fighting spirit, anger splashing in his eyes. He hit the strongest punch yet. There are no gods and demons in one punch. Rumble, this punch completely broke the speed of sound. Punch out. A long wave of air blasted out. It's like a plane flying in the sky. The speed of this punch breaks the speed of sound, and the power breaks the mountains and rivers. This is an unimaginable punch. Boom. A punch blasted out. The strongest combat skills of the 7 masters have all been broken. Kaka. Fenglei Jian broke. Kaka. Xianming knife burst to pieces. Puff. Puff. They 7 top-ranking masters flew out one by one. One punch. Levi Garrison defeated the top 7 masters in boxing. They are also the top 7 masters in front of him. Plus the Mad Dragon God of War. All the top 8 top players have lost. If this news spreads out, it will definitely cause a sensation in Arudaya and the world. The key is to join forces. How terrifying is Levi Garrison? Xianming Dao Shen, Fenglei Jian Zhizun, these people are all scared stupid. They couldn't imagine that Levi Garrison could defeat all of them. Shame. Great shame. In addition, this demon is the same as which evil god, who can be the enemy? All hope lies in Wolong Taoist. He is not a warrior. Everyone prayed for his magic to suppress Levi Garrison. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1827. After all, sorcery is not the same as martial arts. Spells may kill people invisibly. In addition, Wolong Taoist is the strongest one in the field. It is very likely that a ranking is a huge difference. So Wolong Taoists are very strong. All the heavy hopes of everyone are on him. Taoist Wolong looked calm and calmly looked at Levi Garrison. If you get caught with nothing, I can consider sparing you. Wolong Taoist gave Levi Garrison a chance. In fact, the group of forces on the East Island have been observing here. No one can find them just by using special methods. After all, they still have to harvest in a while. Horrible. Terrible. Isn't it? We thought that Levi Garrison was not an opponent, but we didn't expect it. They warriors of the East Island were dumbfounded when they saw Levi Garrison so strong. But this is better. The stronger Levi Garrison is, the more beneficial it will be to our plan. The more real this is at the scene. They boss smiled. On the island, Levi Garrison had just punched the entire island, devastated. The entire island is sinking a lot. The surrounding sea water is bubbling. It was as if a tsunami was coming. It was the first time he had encountered a master of spells like Wolong Taoist. However, Levi Garrison had seen all of them in the ancient books left by the cheap master and him. The magic master is terrifying. Any spell can kill people invisibly. Get out. You have to lose too. Hearing the provocative words of Taoist Wolong, Levi Garrison just punched out. Without saying a word. Boom, the island couldn't bear the strong pressure, and sank again. Seeing a punch hit Wolong Taoist. I saw a spell in the Wolongdao population, and pinched a decision. A spell is generated. Turned into a barrier. He abruptly blocked Levi Garrison's punch. Upon seeing this, everyone present was overjoyed. Sure enough, Wolong Taoist is strong enough. He is the only one in the field who can hold Levi Garrison's punch. This has never happened before. Continue. Boom. Levi Garrison threw another punch. Wolong Taoist concocted in the same way, and once again generated a spell, which caused the wind to form a barrier, once again blocking the punch. But his face changed slightly and his body trembled. Obviously, playing such a spell is also very costly to him. I see how long you can carry it. Boom. The third punch blasted out. Wolong Taoist face was pale, and his figure was shaking. Boom. The fourth punch blasted out. Blood spilled from the corner of Wolong Taoist's mouth. Boom. The fifth punch blasted out. Wolong Taoist vomited blood violently, and the whole person was almost unable to hold it. Boom. The sixth punch blasted out, and the barrier formed by the spell was directly blasted to pieces. Puff. Wolong Taoist flew out directly. Every time a spell is generated, it consumes too much for him. Especially Levi Garrison's attack at this level. If it weren't for Levi Garrison, he wanted to see what the spells were like. Levi Garrison can solve it with one punch. Wolong Taoist can only defend in front of Levi Garrison. Offensive spells cannot be used at all. At this time, no one was standing. Say, who arrested my daughter? Stand up. Levi Garrison asked, looking at everyone. No, it's not us, it has nothing to do with us, we are also framed. Yes, someone planned all this. Everyone began to explain. At this moment, Lavilia woke up and she shouted, Dad, it's not them. It's someone else. I know. Levi Garrison quickly picked up Lavilia. Go, let's leave. Since Lavilia knew who was behind the scenes, Levi Garrison didn't need to check again. These people will not be killed for the sake of the child's face. It can also be considered as a rudaya to save a piece of martial arts power. After Levi Garrison took Lavilia away in a fighter plane, one person quietly appeared on the island. He is like a god of death. Start to harvest life. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1828. Looking at the murderous figure, everyone felt a deep chill inexplicably. They seemed to be lambs to be slaughtered. Levi Garrison, didn't you all leave? Why are you back again? Wolong Taoist couldn't help asking. No, he is not Levi Garrison. Xianming Daoshan exclaimed. Immediately, everyone felt that the breath of the incoming person was different from Levi Garrison. Retreat, retreat quickly. Everyone reacted and immediately retreated. It's just a fight with Levi Garrison. Everyone is seriously injured. Where can I run away? Stay here. A murderous intent flashed in the incoming person's eyes. He began to slaughter everyone on the island indiscriminately. A few minutes later, there are corpses all over the island. None of the top 9 masters and other masters are spared. The island sank again. After a while, it will be completely submerged by the sea. After doing all this, the person still used to take out a white handkerchief and wipe the blood from his hands. Then left. When this person leaves for a minute, the masters of Tian's mansion just arrived. The time card is just right. After Tianlong waited for the people from Tian's mansion to arrive, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The island was about to be sunk. Everyone is dead. This. Everyone was so shocked by the scene that they couldn't speak. Tianlong sighed with regret. Hey, we are a step late after all. The faces of everyone were full of anger and self-blame. They clearly knew that Levi Garrison came in a hurry, and something big must have happened. Obviously chasing wildly behind. But hurry up and hurry, but still failed to prevent the tragedy from happening. They regret it. Why can't it be faster? How good is it to stop Levi Garrison earlier? But something happened. Can't tolerate them taking regret medicine. This is the 11th 5-dragon Taoist in the heaven list. This is the 12th in the heaven list. They counted the identities of the dead one by one. The more they count, the more fearful. Half of the big summer list is here. The whole half. There are also the ancient forces, and even the ancient forces in the adjacent areas. This time it is big. The power of Xiaowudao realm was greatly weakened. It was much more serious than Bayun Mountain Villa. After all, the participants this time were basically 7th heaven, or powerhouses close to 7th heaven. All were killed. This loss is too great. Arudaya, the martial arts world, may be greatly injured. This is a situation that has never happened before. Come on, there is still someone alive here. The yellow fox soon discovered that someone was alive. Everyone immediately leaned forward. Xian Lang asked coldly, "Is it Levi Garrison who killed him?" "Yes, yes, yes." The population was spitting blood, trembling all over, trying to tell the truth. He wanted to say that it was someone else. But it didn't happen for a long time. Say it. Wu. In the end, he didn't change it in one breath, and he died. Levi Garrison really is you? Xian Lang roared. Before he died, this person had always been talking about yes yes yes. Plus the yellow fox, they checked it again. This is indeed the Thulhus technique. Only Levi was here just now, besides him, who else? Even if things are unreasonable, seeing is believing. Those details will be ignored. Unambiguous evidence. Real hammer, ya Levi. Earth Tiger said angrily, Levi Garrison is too ruthless, right? You want to kill everyone at every turn. Yes, the devil is the devil. He regards human life as a must. Killing innocent people indiscriminately. The yellow fox also inhaled. Tone, in fact, these people didn't do anything wrong, at most they wanted to accept his daughter as apprentices. Is there anything wrong with this? As for this kind of assassin, Levi Garrison, you are crazy. You are going to go to Fire Cloud Thulhu. The way, do you want to overturn the entire Arudaya martial arts world? Tianlong roared. No, I think he will target the entire Arudaya. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1829. A big hat has been buckled on Levi Garrison's head. Now his risk index is too high and too high. A direct threat to Arudaya's safety. If Levi Garrison doesn't get rid of it, he will definitely become the most dangerous disaster for Arudaya. Xian Lang stared at several people. You shouldn't stop me from the beginning. Let me kill him the best. But you are sure you can? Can you kill him? The others questioned. If it were before this incident, Xian Lang was full of confidence. But today he saw a shocking scene. Half of the big summer list is not his opponent. What's more, so many 7th Heavens Masters were dead. How does he fight? Levi Garrison is too strong, too strong. To be crowned with the title of Devil, it means very strong. The reception meeting planned by the forces of the East Island was perfect to the point of perfection. Collecting so many treasures, he severely damaged the Erudaya martial arts world, and made Levi Garrison a super monster. This matter is of great importance and may cause great turmoil. Need to be reconfirmed. After the reinforcements from the Tian's mansion and the Beilong clan arrived, they discussed. Understand. Everyone collected evidence again and sorted out clues. 100% of the tricks to kill are from the tricks of Huayun Thulhu. It's not wrong. Levi Garrison just came here, and there was a big battle, that's for sure. After collecting evidence and sorting out clues, it is confirmed that they are correct. It was Levi Garrison who killed all the masters present and severely damaged the Erudaya martial arts world. Okay, the news can be reported. After the news is reported, everyone knows what it means. Levi Garrison will become the enemy of Erudaya. Facing the crusade from the Erudaya martial arts world, even the martial arts world in the surrounding area will also crusade against Levi Garrison. The problem is too big. Something happened. On the way back, Levi Garrison also realized this. Something will happen. Through everything that Lavilia described to him, Levi Garrison had guessed that he was framed. This is a game. Because of Lavilia, he must step in. And the other party designs everything specifically for Levi Garrison's weakness. The situation was so urgent that he didn't have any time to think about other things. But for Levi Garrison, as long as Lavilia is rescued, nothing else is a matter. Even if he was framed or wronged, he endured it. Wang, do you need to go back now? The subordinate not only asked. It's too late to go back now, the people from Tian's mansion have arrived. Levi Garrison took a deep breath. If nothing happens, everyone on the island is dead. Suddenly, thinking of something, Levi Garrison immediately contacted Xi. Heavenly King, Xioxi. Quickly check the situation of those people in Bayun Villa. He realized an extremely serious problem. A few minutes later, news came from the Western Heavenly King. Wang, Bayun Mountain Villa's tens of thousands of warriors have all died, and no one is spared. It's just that they deliberately suppressed this matter in Tian's mansion. Wang, it seems that they have put all the charges of Bayun Mountain Villa on you. Levi Garrison couldn't listen to what Zishan Wang said later. It turned out that this game had already been designed. He didn't even know the key. He finally understood why Tian's mansion had targeted him for no reason and had such a bad attitude towards him. No matter how bad it is, he is also the king of the world side by side. No wonder Tian's mansion tried its best to take Lavilia away. Everyone is afraid of this situation. A demon's daughter, with the highest level of talent, staying beside the demon, is this still worth it? Can't wash it. At this time, he had 100 mouths and couldn't tell. If it was only Messiah would almost believe it. But now it is Tian's mansion and Beilong clan who are dealing with everything. Facing the ironclad evidence, they won't believe that they have anything. Levi Garrison started to have a headache. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1830. Wang, the opponent is clearly set. They want to make you a big monster. Every time after you leave, the people from Tian's mansion will arrive immediately. And the time is just right. This obviously makes the Tian's mansion and Beilong clan want to deal with you. And even cause a battle between you and the Erudaya martial arts world. This will greatly weaken the strength of the Erudaya martial arts world. Several colleagues in the same industry began to analyze the current situation. Levi Garrison nodded again and again. They are all right. Wrong. Have a question. Suddenly Levi Garrison thought about the problem. Killing tens of thousands of people and getting rid of all the seventh heavenly powers on the island is not a simple matter. Although they are all injured, But in this very short time when Tian's mansion arrived, it was not an easy task to kill so many masters and then retreat all over. You have to leave no traces. It shows that it was not a large number of masters who shot the massacre, but a few people, or even one person. In addition, Tian's mansion is the strongest ancient martial arts institution in Arudaya. And the people in it are not ordinary. They are not fools. Don't you see the clue? Those people died completely from the second injury. Can't they tell? If you really can't see it, it can only explain one thing: the person who does it uses the same technique as Levi Garrison. Perfect grafting, leaving no clues. The same technique as yourself? Thinking of this, Levi Garrison was startled in a cold sweat. In these two massacres, the best way to blame yourself is to use your own practice. But my own practice was passed on to me by the chief master. It can't be the hand of the chief master. Who could it be? Still this exercise? And it seems that the strength of this person is definitely not low. In this way, I can't tell even more what to do. It is estimated that soon you will become the public enemy of the Arudaya martial arts world. Countless people will attack you in the future. Several men asked. One of them said, I think you have to hide first to avoid contact with Tian's mansion and other people. This will minimize the damage and impact. Yes, once you come into contact with them, it becomes more unclear if there is a conflict. Levi Garrison rubbed his temples and said coldly, let me think about what to do. It's best to get the person behind the scenes out. On the other side, the group of forces on the East Island have already evacuated. Fortunately, everyone who shot directed at the bow. This time I have mistakes, but fortunately just that people did not tell the truth. It turned out that the Higashishima group left. But Ono Ichiro was always around. He saw a picture of a person not dead. Be careful next time. Fortunately, God helped us. He still didn't say it after all. Ah! All the monarchs are fortunate. But our plan has just begun. We must continue to add fuel and fire. Take the name of Yet. Levi's demon. Let him have to fight against Arudaya martial arts world. Confrontation with the Bailong clan of Tian's mansion. The plan of the East Island forces has just begun. Tianlong and the others have reported everything to the Tian's mansion and Bailong clan. The senior officials of Tian's mansion and Bailong clan met for the first time to discuss. Can't let him go on like this anymore. First, let Messiah he cancel his position as the king of the word. Side by side. Second, from now on, pursue Levi Garrison with all his strength. No matter what, catch someone first. Third, Levi Garrison's daughter must be brought to Tian's mansion. Special attention must be paid to never let him leave Arudaya. Once we leave, it will be difficult for us to catch it. This is Tian's mansion's decision. These three orders are going out. Arudaya is going to make a sensation. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1831. Messiah was dumbfounded after receiving the news from Tian's mansion and Bailong clan. Especially seeing the iron evidence, each is even more embarrassed. Anyway, I believe in one word: side by side king. Just seeing him practice the demon heads exercises, he is said to be evil? Who believes it? Yes, even if you say one word: side by side king's exercises. It's very extreme indeed. But has he done anything that is not good for Arudaya? After experiencing the first few things, Messiah had a strange trust in Levi Garrison. Even in the face of ironclad evidence, I didn't believe it. Let us cancel the identity of the king of the word side by side? Impossible. Hurry up and give the Tian's mansion a message, let's not do it. We can't order them, and they don't want to order us. Messiah still didn't willing to punish Levi Garrison. At this moment, Messiah received a satellite call from Levi Garrison. What? You said, you want to cancel the identity and all privileges of the king of one word. The person who answered the phone looked incredible. Levi Garrison took the initiative to revoke the identity and privileges of the one word side by side. King. It's too late for nonsense. Hurry up. Listen to me. Listen carefully. Later, Levi Garrison exhorted a few more words. Understood, we will do it immediately. Absolutely confidential. Finally, Messiah passed the plan sent by Tian's mansion. 3 orders will be issued soon. But just before the 3 bans were issued, a piece of news caused a sensation throughout Arudaya and the whole world. Tianji Pavilion suddenly updated the Great Summer Land list. The list of places, that is, the list of Tianjiao almost does not move. But only one person's ranking has changed. Lavilia, who was originally ranked 20th at the end, suddenly soared to 6th. Tianji Pavilion explained this with only 8 words: the talent is the first, and there is no one. Forever. The meaning is obvious. Lavilia's talent is the best in the past and present. Others are on the list with real power, but Lavilia is on the list with talent. But this is not compelling. And Messiah was dumbfounded after receiving the news from Tian's mansion and Beilong clan. Especially seeing the iron evidence, each is even more embarrassed. Anyway, I believe in one word side by side king. Just seeing him practice the demon heads exercises, he is said to be evil? Who believes it? Yes, even if you say one word side by side king's exercises. It's very extreme indeed. But has he done anything that is not good for Arudaya? After experiencing the first few things, Messiah had a strange trust in Levi Garrison. Even in the face of ironclad evidence, I didn't believe it. Let us cancel the identity of the king of the word side by side? Impossible. Hurry up and give the Tian's mansion a message, let's not do it. We can't order them, and they don't want to order us. Messiah still didn't willing to punish Levi Garrison. At this moment, Messiah received a satellite call from Levi Garrison. What? You said, you want to cancel the identity and all privileges of the king of one word. The person who answered the phone looked incredible. Levi Garrison took the initiative to revoke the identity and privileges of the one word side by side. King. It's too late for nonsense. Hurry up. Listen to me. Listen carefully. Later, Levi Garrison exhorted a few more words. Understood, we will do it immediately. Absolutely confidential. Finally, Messiah passed the plan sent by Tian's mansion. 3 orders will be issued soon. But just before the 3 bans were issued, a piece of news caused a sensation throughout Arudaya and the whole world. Tianji Pavilion suddenly updated the Great Summer Land list. The list of places, that is, the list of Tianjiao almost does not move. But only one person's ranking has changed. Lavilia, who was originally ranked 20th at the end, suddenly soared to 6th. Tianji Pavilion explained this with only 8 words: the talent is the first, and there is no one. Forever. The meaning is obvious. Lavilia's talent is the best in the past and present. Others are on the list with real power, but Lavilia is on the list with talent. But this is not compelling. And the most eye-catching thing is the change of the top list. The 11th to 19th strong players on the list are all removed. Immediately there are new strong players to add up. The news of the death of the 9th heavenly ranking master of Wulong Taoist also spread out. For the first time. All dead. So get off the list. But the most important thing is the change in the ranking of the 20th Levi's squad Wang. Soared directly from the 20th to the 6th. The reason given by Tianji Pavilion: Levi's squad Wang is one of the 9 masters on the list of consecutive killings, as well as 87 seventh heavens and 193 nearly sevenfold powerhouses. Below the 8th heaven, he is invincible. This ranking is obvious. Starting from the 5th place, it is the realm of the 8th heaven powerhouse. That's another level. But at this level, Levi's squad Wang is invincible. So he ranks 6th. But the heaviest news is yet to come. TNG Pavilion subsequently announced the true identity of Levi's squad Wang. The King of Heaven is the first powerhouse in the last Big Summer list, the ultimate Thulhu, the descendant of the super demon Huayun Thulhu. Once one person beat all the strong on the top list, no one is his opponent at all. It can be said that it was the evil god era. The last time Tian's Mansion and Beilong clan were born, it was also in the evil god era. These ancient forces, when it comes to the evil god of Fire Cloud, they all have a broken heart. At that time, they were all in fear of being dominated by evil gods. Originally thought Huayun Thulhu had completely disappeared. As soon as this news came out, the Erudaya martial arts world was about to explode. Even those ancient forces who have not yet come out of the hidden world are going crazy. The descendant of the ultimate evil god? This is also terrible. And looking at this trend, the descendants of the Fire Cloud Thulhu are likely to top the top of the list again. That will be the end of Erudaya. Erudaya martial arts world doesn't want a second evil god to appear. Must get rid of before he grows up. King Levi's squad must die. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1832. Shock. All Erudaya was shocked. Those ancient forces that are deeply hidden can't sit still. Even ordinary people can't sit still. If such a demon appears, it will be a disaster for everyone. In this way, King Levi's squad will become the enemy of Great Xia. Everyone gets punishable. Soon the story of the King of Levi's squad slaughtering thousands of warriors at Bayun Mountain Villa and the killing of masters of the top ranks on the small island of the East Erudaya Sea spread. The news that the King of Heaven was Levi Garrison was also made public. One piece of evidence after another was also posted. And the fact that evil men follow Levi Garrison in a crooked way has also been made public. Even more realizing the identity of Levi Garrison. Soon, Messiah released the news. Levi Garrison was revoked as the king of the word side by side. Chuan Erudaya made a sensation again. Now everyone did not dare to do anything because of Levi Garrison's identity. Now Levi Garrison has no identity, everyone can kill him. The news spread out like a tide. After the announcement of TNG Pavilion, Levi Garrison also received it immediately. Heir of Huayun Thulhu? Could it be said that the Chief Master was the number one Huayun Thulhu in the sky? Levi Garrison was very shocked. Perhaps Master left the prison because he knew that sooner or later he would be exposed. But the Master said it was a demon? Impossible. So how can a kind old man be a demon? That's right. Many of the exercises that the Chief Master passed to him were extreme and eager for success. It can indeed be classified into evil ways. But how to use the exercises still depends on whether your mind is upright. For example, he passed the exercises to Xiao Feng and others. Are these people the devil? No. On the contrary, Xiao Feng and the others are also actively contributing to Erudaya. In addition, Levi Garrison read countless people. The old man is not only not the devil, but on the contrary, he is still a good man. But when the Western Heavenly King will fire the Cloud Evil God? After the top secret information of Levi Garrison was passed to him, Levi Garrison began to doubt. Again. Because in the data, the evil god of Fire Cloud is a cruel and terrifying evil god. Killing is as commonplace. There are only cruel methods you can't think of, nothing he can't do. Look at the dozens of pages of atrocities listed. Cruel. Violent. Mood. It's no different from a beast. This is everyone's impression of the Huayun Thulhu. His crimes are endless. The Huayun Thulhu is a great demon that everyone gets and punishes. Even Levi Garrison couldn't help but get rid of the Huoyun Thulhu. Is this a cheap master? Isn't it? How does this make Levi Garrison believe? Maybe there is a hidden story that he doesn't know. Now unless he asks the cheap master in person, Levi Garrison doesn't believe it. But in any case, Levi Garrison always felt that the legendary Fire Cloud Evil God and the cheap master were different. But he happened to be the descendant of the Huoyun Thulhu. There is no doubt about this. Wang, next, Arudaya will have no place for you for the time being. Arudaya Martial Arts and Tian's Mansion will not let you go. But if they come to deal with you, you can't kill, the situation is so difficult. Levi Garrison was lost in thought. He was thinking about what to do next. Then, Tian's Mansion once again released the news through Messiah. Directly point out Levi Garrison's daughter Lavilia. Why doesn't Levi Garrison want others to accept his daughter as his apprentice? Now the reason is clear. It was Levi Garrison's fear that others would know that he was the descendant of the Huoyun evil god. After all, this child is now a descendant of the heretic god. The body is more or less breathable. If others can see it, his identity will definitely be exposed. That's why this child is hidden. For the present. On the one hand, Tian's Mansion pursued Levi Garrison, and on the other hand, he brought Lavilia to Tian's Mansion to purify her inheritance of the evil spirits and cultivate her into a decent figure. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1833. Now every message comes out. It's all against Levi Garrison. We'll intensify the contradiction step by step. This is the result the East Island forces want. It was to push Levi Garrison into a desperate situation. Let him fight back. Great collision with Tian's Mansion in Arudaya martial arts world. No matter who wins, they are all reaping the benefits. What everyone did not expect was that it was even out of the East Island forces and Tian's Mansion. Followers of those evil gods. They are also the evil demon outsiders in the eyes of the decent. They actually appeared one by one at this moment. Once in the era of Thulhu. They follow Huoyun Thulhu, so decent that they can't lift their heads, what a beauty. But since Thulhu ended, they were purged by decent and the Beilong clan of Tian's Mansion. The major forces that survived were also forced to the corners of Arudaya, hidden, and lived in extremely dark life. If it weren't for the news from the evil gods, I'm afraid they would be born, old, sick, and die in the dark for the rest of their lives. How dare to come out for half a minute? But now it's different. The descendants of the heretic god? Doesn't it mean that we will have a leader in the future? We have waited for this day for a long time. We can't wait for the heretic god, and we can wait until the descendants of the heretic god can lead. We reshape the glory of the evil god Huoyun. Followers of the evil god with the backbone of the master's heart have appeared in this world one after another. They want to follow Levi Garrison. No one thought of this. These ancient Thulhu forces actually appeared one by one. Their strength is stronger than those evil ways that follow Levi Garrison. Back then, under the leadership of the Huoyun evil god, they could compete with the entire Arudaya martial arts. Hidden so deep now is to avoid Tian's Mansion and Beilong clan. Hurry up and release the news. If anyone dares to move the descendants of the heretic god, whoever is going to do it right with us, all of us will follow the descendants of the heretic god. As soon as the news came out, Arudaya boiled again. Even Levi Garrison was dumbfounded. And what's this? A group of evil spirits outsiders are coming to follow themselves? It is not enough trouble himself to it. Would have been in trouble a lot. Now they are glued up one by one. The big moves of the followers of Thulhu have further confirmed Levi Garrison's identity as the devil. I really can't clean it anymore now. However, the appearance of the followers of Thulhu makes the East Island forces who plan everything more excited. What I really want to come. Before, I was thinking that Levi Garrison was fighting alone, and facing the entire Great Xia, he might be alone. Unexpectedly, these evil masters all appeared. This greatly enhanced Levi Garrison's strength. This way, it is more advantageous to fight against Erudaya martial arts world. Everything develops according to their plan. The confrontation between the two powers is bound to hurt both sides. Erudaya martial arts world only needs to suffer a lot of vitality. The Higashi Shimabudo world will be the time to rise. In a few days, we will start the second plan. The future of the Erudaya martial arts world will be completely destroyed in one breath. The appearance of the followers of the evil god caused chaos on all sides. Tian's mansion and Erudaya martial arts realm take this to play. Especially they began to have reasons to blame Messiah. Do you see the impact? Do you still dare to say that there is no impact? Messiah was speechless. The followers of Thulhu are not Levi Garrison. They could not decide what to do. It happened that they appeared because of Levi Garrison. These disasters can be attributed to Levi Garrison. Now Levi Garrison's threat is already close to that of the Huayun Thulhu back then. The Huayun Thulhu was at level 8 in the past. Levi Garrison is now at level 7. This level is the level of Tian's mansion. It was enough for the fundamentalists of Tian's mansion and Beilong clan to take action. Give out the order, no matter what, you must capture Levi Garrison before Levi Garrison end. The evil gods follow the army. 4. A time, the masters of the Erudaya martial arts world are all out. Zhen Country War God Source. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1834. Although it is said that these martial arts forces are their own kings, they are used to freedom and never want to be restrained. But that's because the restraints are not in place. Under the strong intervention of Tian's mansion and Beilong clan, many ancient martial arts forces had to listen to them. It's just that there is less control and less intervention. However, once something happened, Tian's mansion and the others ordered them, and these martial arts forces had to act obediently. The voice of crusade against Levi Garrison resounded all over Erudaya. In addition, the ancient forces of several countries adjacent to Erudaya also began to fight against Levi Garrison. After all, in the Battle of Kojima, their power also lost a lot. Everything is to blame on Levi Garrison's head. There were big movements everywhere. Immediately, the East Island forces began to refuel. They set off disputes all over Erudaya. They pretended to follow Levi Garrison's evil ways, and started a battle with the martial arts forces. There are battles everywhere. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the beginning, their people pretended to sow discord. In the end, the true followers of the evil god also began to fight with the Erudaya martial arts world. There are good and evil contests everywhere. The East Island forces who had done all this quietly exited, and no one noticed their existence at all. This matter gets worse and worse. One by one super ancient forces slowly surfaced. One by one the demon powers that were not ashamed of the Erudaya martial arts world also came out. The two sides fought so hard. The Erudaya martial arts world was in chaos. Completely messed up. A catastrophe is coming. The East Island forces sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At this moment, the public already knows that the former one by one Wang Levi Garrison has become a demon. The existence of every one crusade. The Lopez and Black family also knew about this. I understand why Levi Garrison, an ordinary person, can become the god of war in a country. And even the king of one word. It turns out that he is the descendant of the demon. The exercises he practiced are all eager for success, and in a short time the most extreme way to reach the best level. Yes. Why did he grow so fast? Is not this the reason? Chose the crooked ways. After analysis, everyone dumbfounded. In the eyes of ordinary people, Levi Garrison's growth is cheating. Don't go the right way. From the point of view of the warrior, he is the descendant of the heretic god, the great demon of the future. Now, it's not just his problem. All the people involved with us will suffer unwarranted calamity. Heavenly slain Levi Garrison, now we have to become the enemy of Great Xia. Everyone is anxious, cried. Especially Zoe, his body was shaking with fright. In just one day, there will be such a big change. She always felt that Levi Garrison had a secret. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be this. The descendant of the evil god. Guai had to be willing to give Lavilia to others as apprentices, because he was afraid that his secret would leak out. Even Zoe understood why Levi Garrison has been so low-key. Never reveal your identity or exercises in front of your family. It was not clear before. Everything is clear now. I'm just afraid that my identity as a descendant of the heretic god will be exposed. It's not that they are thinking. It is everything exposed now that makes them think so. They became more and more sure that Lavilia hadn't lost it, it was Levi Garrison who hid it. I was afraid that Tian's mansion would discover something. The situation is dangerous now. Not only Levi Garrison became the target of public criticism. All of them are ruined. Lavilia's future is basically ruined. Levi Garrison, I hate you to death. Zoe roared. What we are most worried about now is Lavilia, he and Levi Garrison are too dangerous. At this moment, Levi Garrison and his party have returned to Jiangbei. Wang, what do we do next? The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1835. I definitely can't show up now, the only thing I worry about is the safety of my family. So you send Lavilia to my mother first. The rest, you listen to my news. Levi Garrison still separated from Lavilia first. Up. After all, Lavilia is in great danger following himself. This is something he doesn't want to see. In the base of Shenlong Science and Technology Alliance, Su Zhenjia laughed wildly after hearing all the news. It's God who helped me too. Levi Garrison, you didn't expect that there will be this day, right? Arudia's public enemy. Ha ha ha, God has eyes. Su Zhenjia was overwhelmed with excitement. He clenched his fist tightly, and his eyes flew out. The grudge between him and Levi Garrison was deep. He would love to see Levi Garrison like this. In addition, Levi Garrison was in this situation, and no one cared about him. A Wenlei has no threat at all. I have obtained the qualification for use in Lab 1. I am about to carry out my great plan in Lab 1. No one can stop me. Su Zhenjia's face was crazy. These days, he is thinking of finding an opportunity to start planning. Although Levi Garrison no longer pays attention to him. But Wenlei is always a hidden danger in the science and technology base. It happened that Levi Garrison had something to do, and his opportunity came. Now he doesn't care about Wenlei. Even if Wenlei sees his conspiracy, what? Without Levi Garrison, she couldn't stop it at all. The people in the entire base believed in themselves. Wenlei used the lead to stop it. Soon, Su Zhenjia set a specific time. Even arrange everything related to the experiment. Immediately, the whole base was boiling. Laboratory number 1 is the largest laboratory. Every time it is opened, it will surely host a super large experimental project. The main reason is that the instruments in laboratory number 1 and others are burning money once they are activated. It is difficult for general experiments to afford such large expenses. The frequency of use in Lab 1 is very low. It may not be used once a year. This time Su Zhenjia was granted permission to use Lab number 1 to make a sensation in the entire base. And the experiment is scheduled for tomorrow. After Wenlei got the news for the first time, her face changed drastically. Her right eyelid jumped wildly. Something will happen. Her first instinct. She has been observing Su Zhenjie. Although he has made a lot of outstanding contributions in previous experiments, but his subsequent experiments have not yet reached the point of using Lab 1. This is obviously a problem. His action is about to begin. But the leaders of the base and everyone trust him. He even thinks that he can lead the Shenlong Technology Alliance to a higher level. No, I have to stop him. Wenlei knew that she was not strong enough by herself. She immediately thought of Levi Garrison. She quickly dialed Levi Garrison's contact information. It's just that no one answered at all. Only then did she browse the news on the computer that Levi Garrison became the descendant of the heretic god. During this time, she has been in the laboratory. I don't know anything about what's happening outside. Now that she saw the news, she was also amazed. It's over, it's over. Levi Garrison couldn't count on it. He cannot protect himself. Now, no one can stop Su Zhenjie. Do my best. Wenlei plucked up the courage and told her direct leader team leader Xie Zhengfeng. As a result, Xie Zhengfeng yelled at him. When is it all, still doubting his comrades? Su Zhenjie has changed his mind. He can't do anything that threatens Arudaya. I don't want to hear similar words again in the future. Xie Zhengfeng was very angry. But Wenlei wanted to say something else. Xie Zhengfeng cursed, you go quickly. Well, once Su Zhenjie does anything, I will bear the consequences. Wenlei was turned away. She looked depressed. Something big. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1836. What's the matter? A voice sounded. Wenlei turned around to take a look, not knowing when Su Zhenjie was already standing next to her. No, nothing. For some reason, Su Zhenjie smiled like a demon at this moment. Wenlei felt terrified. Su Zhenjie kept staring at her. By the way, Miss Wen, my great experiment will start tomorrow. Would you like to witness it? No, I still have things to do. Wenlei quickly refused. She felt that Su Zhenjie was going to have something big. That's a pity. Su Zhenjie smiled. Seeing Wenlei leaving in a hurry, Su Zhenjie revealed a bloodthirsty murderous intent. I will be the first to have you at the surgery tomorrow. On this day, the entire Shenlong Science and Technology base is preparing for Su Zhenjie's experiment. I have to say that Laboratory 1 is the strongest laboratory. Even Su Zhenjie has calculated that if the experiment fails and a super big explosion occurs, other laboratories are afraid that they will fall apart. But Lab 1 can be completely blocked. This is Su Zhenjie's ideal laboratory. His previous laboratory didn't have this intensity, which is what he dreamed of. The other side. Lavilia was sent to Zhonghai Zhou's house. The Zhou family naturally also knew about this. Lavilia was sent here suddenly, and everyone was frightened. Lavilia, where did your father go? Emma asked. The sensible Lavilia shook his head. Grandma, Lavilia doesn't know where Dad is. What should I do next? Emma knew that many people would come to the door next. It is difficult for the Zhou family to protect Lavilia. What's more, now everyone wants to catch Levi Garrison. Levi Garrison couldn't catch it, or couldn't find it. Naturally, they would come to Levi Garrison's family, such as Lavilia and myself. If you catch them, threaten Levi Garrison to show up. Levi Garrison Tay. It is the demon in their mouths, facing the mother and daughter, they also have to show up. Then Lavilia and I have to hide quickly. After Emma thought about the stakes, she wanted to take Lavilia to hide immediately. Auntie is late. I just received the news that everyone knows that Lavilia appeared in Zhou's house. Now a large number of masters are coming to Zhou's house. Zhou Nanyan exclaimed. How can that be good? Emma was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Da-da-da. At this moment, black figures appeared in Zhou's manor. They came directly to Lavilia and Emma. Zhou and Yan, the most powerful of the Zhou family, stopped in front, but couldn't even stop the opponent with a finger. Take people away. These mysterious masters took Emma, Zhou and Yan, and Lavilia away. It disappeared instantly without a trace. Just the moment they left, the masters came one after another. What about people? What about people? What? People have been taken away. Who is it? Go, catch up. Batch after batch of masters chased up. Soon, news spread that the three of Lavilia were taken away. It even reached the ears of Tian's mansion. What? People have been arrested? Could it be that some overseas forces have arrested people during the chaos? Absolutely. This is a good opportunity for them. The talent of this kid is the best to be captured. If it is killed, it will be Arudaya's loss. Look, quickly send someone out to look for it. Be sure to look for the kid. Come back. This order is no less than catching Levi Garrison. The news that Lavilia was taken away quickly reached the ears of Lopez and Black's family. Zoe is going to explode. Yet. Levi Garrison, what are you going to do? You have to send your child to mom. Now that you are all right, you have been arrested. I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Zoe was crying. In times of crisis, bad luck happens one after another. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1837. Levi Garrison becomes a public enemy first. Su Zhenjia's terrible experiment is about to be completed. The daughter and mother were even arrested. When people are going downhill, all the troubles will follow. The situation is worse than expected. Soon, a group of black-clothed and masked masters appeared outside Zoe's residence. However, there has long been a master of Tian's mansion guarding it. Who are you? Both sides met. The masters in black ran away immediately. The Tian's mansion that received the news is more and more sure that there are overseas forces taking advantage of the chaos and wanting to attack Levi Garrison's family. Levi Garrison is now the enemy of Arudaya. If overseas forces seize Levi Garrison's weakness, they can use it to coerce Levi Garrison into overseas. This is terrible for Arudaya. Levi Garrison is already 6th in the summer list. What's more, he is a descendant of the heretic god. This threat is too great. Once joining overseas, that is the real disaster for Arudaya. What's more, a large group of Thulhu followers are gathering towards him. If this force overlaps, it would be terrible. First, immediately find Levi Garrison's daughter and mother. Second, be sure to protect Levi Garrison's other family members. No one can approach. Tian's mansion immediately ordered. Zoe and others were well protected, let alone captured. It was impossible to get close. But they never expected that this was Levi Garrison's strategy at all. Because the person who took the three of Lavilia was not someone else but Levi Garrison's dispatch. This was exactly what Levi Garrison had planned at the beginning. Now Levi Garrison is targeted by Arudaya and even several neighboring countries. For a long time to come, Levi Garrison will be in the stage of fleeing. Daughters, mothers, and wives, he can't bring them with him. But their daughter was not around, and Levi Garrison was worried again. After all, his absence, the safety of relatives cannot be guaranteed. And the other party will even use these relatives to force him to show up and force him to submit. Levi Garrison didn't want to be passive. So he came up with a perfect solution. He deliberately sent Lavilia back to Zhou's house, and also let out the news, which caused concern. I asked the secret team to arrest Mother and Lavilia again, and he still arrested them in a fair manner. This is seamless. First, all Arudaya knew that Lavilia and his mother were arrested, but there was still no trace. Secondly, Tian's mansion and the others would suspect that it was the hands of overseas forces. And then they would protect the remaining Zoe and others. In this way, the few people Levi Garrison cared about were all safe. Levi Garrison solved the safety of his relatives with a small strategy. Next, he can do his things wholeheartedly. Levi Garrison came out with this scheme. The chain reaction caused is also big. The followers of Thulhu all recognized Levi Garrison as the master. Now the master's mother and the young master have been arrested. One by one was frustrated. These evil demons began to search for the whereabouts of Lavilia and Emma all over Arudaya. Tian's mansion and Arudaya martial arts realm are also actively looking for. And the East Island forces are also confused. The person was taken away? Who is so fast? Even us didn't react. They still want to arrest Lavilia. You said it shouldn't be the War Eagle country. Someone asked. Who is Levi Garrison's #1 enemy? That is the War Eagle country. A few days ago, Levi Garrison's strength caused the War Eagle nation to lose all of its people. The Eagle nation has been forbearing. Now that this kind of opportunity arises, it is normal for them to take action. The leaders of the East Island forces began to be dumbfounded. If the forces of the Eagle nation intervene, it will be troublesome for us. I don't want to cooperate with them. There are many chain reactions of this kind. It seems that the whole world is going to be chaotic. But another big event is about to happen. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1838. That is Su Zhenjia's experiment. The entire Shenlong technology base is looking forward to it. Wen Lei thought about it all night, but couldn't stop him. You can only take one step and see one step. What if you guessed wrong? Su Zhenjia was fine at all. Soon, came the next day. Laboratory number 1 was opened for the first time this year. Xie Zhengfeng and other team leaders arranged everything Su Zhenjia needed. Especially the staffing, they all worship Su Zhenjia without a brain. When Su Zhenjia entered the first laboratory, he specifically urged people to look after Wen Lei. Wen Lei also has permission to enter Lab 1, but it is on the outermost layer, and everything inside can be seen through the special glass. Wen Lei was in a very complicated mood at this time. Once Su Zhenjia's experiment is harmful, then she could only watch, but couldn't stop it. Within an hour, Su Zhenjia and the team members made all the preparations before the experiment. This experiment is to generate super energy by the collision of super energy particles. This kind of super energy particle has not appeared in the world so far. It was discovered by Su Zhenjia during the experiment. Once this energy is controlled, it will be great progress. So the entire science and technology base is looking forward to it. This is why everyone values Su Zhenjia. But another point is that the experiment will fail. Once it fails, the power of this energy is too exaggerated. If it spreads out, it can definitely destroy the entire base. Only Lab 1 can stop it. Although Su Zhenjia's experiment has a high success rate, everyone still wears the highest level of protective clothing. The experiment is carried out. Super particles keep colliding and experimenting. Time flies by minute. 7 or 8 hours passed. The experiment has been carried out thousands of times. In fact, the previous 10 experiments are laying the groundwork, and Su Zhenjia already has a lot of data. However, in order to improve the success rate of the experiment, Su Zhenjia conducted more than 8,000 experiments in the first laboratory. Now he has a bottom in his heart. And next, the most critical time for the experiment has arrived. I don't know why, Wen Lei's right eyelid jumped so hard. Her heart started beating wildly, as if to fly out of her throat. Something is going to happen. The experiment is carried out. Super energy particles are about to collide. This collision, if it fails, the power will be unimaginable. Everyone is very nervous. Although wearing protective clothing, it may still be unstoppable. But when everyone was considering whether the protective clothing could block the collision of super energy particles, Su Zhenja did a crazy thing. He took off his protective clothing. This scene caused chaos in the laboratory. Everyone was stunned. What is he doing? Su, you are crazy? What are you doing? Hurry up and put on the protective clothing. You are in danger like this. Everyone shouted. This level of particle collision, although a little energy is released, is enough to obliterate people. So Su Zhenja is crazy. No, I know what I'm doing. No matter what, Su Zhenja walked towards the particle collider step by step. His face was full of madness and inexplicable smile. Although it has not officially collided, a powerful energy field has been formed. Su Zhenja quickly walked into the energy field. In an instant, the hair on his body was erected, and his hair was erected, like steel needles. Everyone was terrified. It is likely to be unable to withstand the energy of the energy field and be exploded into blood. Mist. But Su Zhenja didn't care at all. He is like a lunatic. Did you see it? This is a genius. Crazy genius. Do the others dare? Applause. Xie Zhengfeng, who saw this scene through the special glass, began to applaud. Others also applauded, looking at Su Zhenja admiringly. Only Wen Lei's eyelids jumped wildly. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1839. The number of super energy particles discovered by Su Zhenja is limited, only 8 particles. In the previous experiment, the super energy particles used were all imitation particles, not real ones. The current experiment will use real super energy particles. The collision begins. The order was issued, and various instruments in the laboratory were activated one after another. 3, 2, 1. Boom! There was a bang, and everyone's ears rang out, like the end of the world. Can't hear anything. Success! Success! Suddenly good news came from the laboratory. When the particles collide successfully, they can control this energy. Continue. Su Zhenja gave the second instruction. 2 more particles began to collide. The experimenters ignored the surprise and continued to start the instrument. The collision begins. 3. Just as the countdown began, Su Zhenja did something that no one expected. Kaka. He turned on the particle collider. The consequences of turning on the particle collider will be devastating. The environment of the particle collider is that when energy is generated, it can be wrapped in it. But now it is turned on, then the energy generated after the collision will be dissipated. It is equivalent to the experiment failed. No. There was a crazy look on everyone's face. Everyone's eyes are about to fly out. But it's too late to stop. The most important thing is Su Zhenja's death. He is right next to the instrument. He will be the first to tear the energy generated after the collision. Is he looking for death? Madman! At this moment, Wen Lei and their hearts were in a sudden stop. But what they didn't know was that Su Zhenja actually had countless chips embedded in his body. 2, 1. The particles collided. Boom! This sound was much louder than before. As if 2 planets collided. Puff! Puff! Wen Lei, who is located in the outer layer of the laboratory, Xie Zhengfeng vomited blood in their mouths, bleeding in their ears, and bleeding in their noses. Kaka! Kaka! The special glass in front of them can hold all kinds of weapon bombardment. But at this moment, all burst into pieces. Can't bear the energy generated by this collision at all. Puff! 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 The experimenters in the laboratory, the highest level protective clothing on them, were also torn apart at this moment. All the experimenters were covered in blood, and there were countless casualties. Can't stop it. This power can't be blocked at all. The force of the collision was too great, almost destroying all the instruments in Laboratory 1. Fortunately, the strongest in Lab 1 still blocked this collision force and did not collapse. Otherwise, this technology base will be razed to the ground. Although Wenlei was bleeding at this moment, her gaze had been fixed on Su Zhenjia's body. Su Zhenjia is at the center of the collision, and he will be bombarded with the strongest energy. In Wenlei's eyes. At the moment of the collision, Su Zhenjia's clothes disappeared instantly, and his whole body became liquid. It is so transparent that even the blood vessels and bones can be seen clearly. Immediately, his flesh and blood disappeared instantly, and even his skeleton burst into pieces. But before she could react, Su Zhenjia appeared again in liquid form. Then, his whole person turned into a transparent red. I can see that there is a rapid flow of energy in his body. That's right. Su Zhenjia used the energy generated by the collision of particles to completely transform his physique. Do not. Su Zhenjia's previous body is gone, and now his body is entirely composed of energy matter. It's just that he retains consciousness. It turned out that Su Zhenjia's real experiment was to transform his body. Just keep the consciousness, the physique is reorganized by energy. So he is now a pure energy body. Have super terrifying energy in the body. The real demon is born. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1840. Although Wenlei had expected Su Zhenjia to make big moves, she would never have thought of it. Su Zhenjia would be crazy enough to experiment with himself as a guinea pig. Who dares to ask? Especially the thrilling scene just now, everyone has witnessed it. The energy after the collision directly destroyed Su Zhenjia's body, and there was not even a scum left. This madness is the only one in the world, right? Reshape the body with super energy, this is hard to think of. And the success rate is extremely low. Failure to succeed is death. This crazy experiment has existed in Su Zhenjia's mind for a long time. Before, he invented weapons like killing gods. It controls a lot of powerful energy. But these ultimately have to rely on foreign objects and others. He was never strong by himself. No matter how powerful his weapons and energy are, he is always an ordinary person. So he wants to change. He wants to use himself as an experiment and transform himself into a strong one. He has thought about genetic modification, or drug modification. Even like Jefferson, he transformed himself into a semi-robotic state. But these can't satisfy Su Zhenjia. He not only wants to be the strongest, he wants to be the strongest. So such a crazy experiment was born in his mind. The first step, the particles collide with energy. Step 2, keep your consciousness. The third step, destroy the body. Step 4, energy reshapes the body. Su Zhenjia prepared too much for this experiment. Many of the most advanced technologies in the world today are used. No matter how complicated the experiment process is, Su Zhenjia succeeded anyway. Now he is definitely not a human being, but a pure energy body. Except for his own consciousness control, all parts of the body are composed of energy. This is the terrible part of technology. The most cutting-edge technology can indeed change everything. Su Zhenjia is the top group of people. And at this moment, Su Zhenjia's body is composed of pure energy. The whole body is surrounded by electric light, forming a terrible aura. Most of the energy from the collision of particles was used to form Su Zhenjia's body. It is conceivable that how powerful is Su Zhenjia's energy at this moment? I succeeded. Su Zhenjia roared wildly. This voice burst out with unprecedented energy. Kaka! Kaka! All the instruments in Lab 1, even if they were indestructible, were all shattered under the bombardment of sound wave energy. As for the experimenters who survived the sound wave bombardment, they burst into blood mist. On the spot. None of the hundreds of people survived. It disappeared under everyone's eyes. They all admired Su Zhenja before, but they all died in Su Zhenja's hands in the end. Su Zhenja looked astonished. How could this be? It turned out that Su Zhenja couldn't control energy and body either. So shouting casually, "That's the power." However, he set up the chip in advance to control this energy body by controlling consciousness. After only half a minute, Su Zhenja was able to control his body. I saw a push of his right hand, and terrible energy gushed out of his hand. Kaka. They. Energy directly tore the ground apart, pulling out a gully that was 100 meters long, as if it was going to be split into two halves abruptly. The entire laboratory was shaking vigorously, as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was stunned. How terrible is Su Zhenja? Existence like a devil. This group of scientists all know what a pure energy body means. Su Zhenja can't be beaten to death unless the energy body is exhausted. But everyone understands that the energy produced by the collision of these two super energy particles is too majestic and too great. How can it be used up? Absolutely impossible. In this way, Su Zhenja is invincible. He can't die. The energy he possesses can destroy everything. Even the warriors can't stop it. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1841. Once Su Zhenja steps out of the base, he will be lawless. He will be a disaster for Arudaya. No one can stop him. He can do whatever he wants. It is even exaggerated to say that Su Zhenja is the end. Su Zhenja shouted wildly, "I am invincible in the world. Who can stop me? Ha ha ha! Levi Garrison, you are only worthy to crawl under my feet." Su Zhenja holds the power of destruction in his hand, and his energy is world-destroying. He really wants to be invincible. Regret. Endless regrets. Why did you bring the traitor Su Zhenja back? Instead of letting Levi Garrison kill him directly? Levi Garrison still dissuades them in that way, warning them that something will happen. But no one will listen. No one would listen to Levi Garrison's suggestion of supervising Su Zhenja and restraining Su Zhenja. They are all saying that Su Zhenja has changed his mind and repented. In the base, he was given too many and too high rights. Even if Wen Lei made many suggestions, she was rejected and scolded. Sure enough, something happened now. If I had listened to Levi Garrison's advice. Will this happen? Will such a proud person repent? Will not. To let Su Zhenja admit his mistake is to deny himself. How can it be? Wen Lei slowly looked at Xie Zhengfeng. Her team leader was still saying yesterday something happened, he will take care of everything. Now that something has happened, you have to bear it. Can you afford it? At this moment, Su Zhenja has already put on a mech that is as thin as a cicada's wings. This is the mecha suit he specially made in advance to control energy. Boom! He stepped away. Appeared 1,000 meters away in an instant, and came to Wen Lei's several people. He is now a pure energy body, just release a little energy, let him walk like flying, even take off. So 1 step kilometer is normal. Seeing Su Zhenja, who appeared suddenly, like a god. The people on the outer floor of the experiment room were scared all around. Fleeing, began to scream. Noisy! Su Zhenja said coldly, and his right fist blasted out. The invisible energy leaked out, pulling out a wave of air in the air, instantly piercing the escaped person. Bang! Su Zhenja slapped another shot, erasing the body of a person who had fled 100 meters away. The release of long-distance energy created this invisible killing effect from a kilometer away. Make everyone really think Su Zhenja is a devil. Immediately, Su Zhenja began to kill indiscriminately. Anyone who ran away was obliterated by Su Zhenja. From now on, if anyone dares to escape from the base, I will kill. Su Zhenja said. His voice was transmitted to every corner of the experimental base through energy, which was comparable to broadcasting. Everyone was scared, curled up and shivered. Soon, the entire Shenlong technology base was under the control of Su Zhenjia alone. The senior leaders of the Dragon Technology Alliance want to cry. Regret it. Such people should have been killed long ago. They blended hammers. It's all right now, everyone has become a prisoner of Su Zhenjia. He kills if he wants. Control the entire base. Su Zhenjia returned to Laboratory 1. He appeared directly in front of Wenlei. Wenlei withdrew 2 steps subconsciously. Before Su Zhenjia's temperament was moody, just like a lunatic. Now that he has become an energy body, he is probably even more annihilated. We'll kill her casually. Who is not afraid of death? Don't you always like to stare at me? As a result, what's the use? These idiots don't listen to you. Levi Garrison is right. There are too few smart people here. Su Zhenjia smiled mockingly. In the base, the intelligence quotient is high, but the emotional quotient is not necessarily high. From now on, all of you will give in to me. Su Zhenjia shouted. Wenlei was the first to stand up. Although I am afraid of death, it is impossible to give in to you. Did you kill me? Do you really think I dare not kill you? Su Zhenjia slowly raised his right hand. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1842. Wenlei closed her eyes and waited for death to come. But her body was trembling constantly. Su Zhenjia sneered, "Want to die? I won't give you this chance. It's too cheap to kill you. Aren't you in touch with Levi Garrison? Why didn't you call him to stop me?" "Ha ha ha, I forgot. Now Levi Garrison is Arudaya's #1 public enemy. He is the big demon that everyone can punish. He is hard to protect himself." Wenlei stared at him firmly. "Compared with Levi Garrison, you are the devil." At this time, she understood a truth. Good or evil? Still have to look at this person's heart. It has nothing to do with the specific exercises he uses. Levi Garrison and Su Zhenjia in front of them are examples. After Su Zhenjia got the terrible ability, how many people did he kill right away? Levi Garrison is definitely not like that. At least to check Levi Garrison's resume, they are all contributing to Arudaya and willing to sacrifice for the people. Xie Zhengfeng next to him quickly said, "Wenlei, what are you doing? How dare you compare Levi Garrison's demon with Mr. Su? Mr. Su now has both wisdom and bravery. It is Arudaya's future. By no means is a demon can compare." Yes. Yesterday he was still vowing that something went wrong and he took responsibility. Now, like a wall of grass, he began to kneel and lick Su Zhenjia. Ha ha ha. Su Zhenjia smiled suddenly. Xie Zhengfeng panicked with a smile. Like a devil. Do you know what the person I hate the most is? Su Zhenjia asked suddenly. I don't know. Xie Zhengfeng's brain went blank. The first type of person I hate is Levi Garrison, he is the only one. The second type is people like you. As soon as the voice fell, Su Zhenjia's big hand suddenly covered Xie Zhengfeng's Tianling cover. Boom! A gas of energy turned out from his palm and intruded into Xie Zhengfeng's head. And Xie Zhengfeng screamed. His whole person was being dissolved. In the end all disappeared. Not even a scum is left. The others who witnessed all this were frightened. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Keep you, I will let you see the path of my overlord. Isn't Levi Garrison a demon? I will join the ranks of crusade against the demon too. As long as I kill Levi Garrison, then I will be Arudaya a superhero. The top of the ranking is also mine. Su Zhenjia laughed wildly. Master, if you go to fight against Levi Garrison, Tian's mansion and the like will definitely be very popular. Several people appeared from the dark. It turned out to be Su Zhenjia's old ministry. Wen Lei was trembling with anger. The true hero is regarded as the demon, but the true demon is going to conquer the hero on behalf of justice. The world is unfair. What's the situation now? Su Zhenjia asked. Levi Garrison's daughter and mother were taken away, and Zoe is now protected by Tian's mansion. Listening to the report, Su Zhenjia raised a smile on his mouth. I found that Zoe doesn't seem to feel you anymore. But don't worry, you will be my person soon, and your thoughts belong to me. Although Su Zhenjia is conscious, he can reshape his body. All the emotions and desires are basically wiped out. Su Zhenjia has a plan for the next road. You control the Shenlong science and technology base first, let it run, and use it for my use. Especially the number 1 laboratory, deal with it as soon as possible, and I will use it soon. With the addition of the old department, Su Zhenjia really controlled Shenlong technology base. The outside world doesn't know the situation at all, and they don't know that the most advanced technology base has fallen into the hands of the devil. Next, I will leave. Go to Levi Garrison and Zoe. Wen Lei knew that the demon's departure would be a disaster. But she was locked up. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1843. She is usually addicted to research and has few friends. Except for Levi Garrison, she really couldn't think of anyone else. What made her even more frightened was that Su Zhenjia's superpowers did not stop at killing people. He can also manipulate people's minds. When he just left, Su Zhenjia controlled a principle of the Shenlong science and technology base. This will be a terrible thing. At this moment, Levi Garrison is avoiding the pursuit of various forces while investigating the black hand behind the scenes. Levi Garrison knew the people behind him, and he certainly wouldn't let it go. Take the opportunity to discredit him and intensify the conflict between him and Arudaya. The method of discrediting is very simple. On the one hand, pretending to be the power of the evil god, and starting a dispute with the Arudaya martial arts world. On the one hand, he directly pretended to be Levi Garrison and slaughtered. In this way, the other party will more or less leave clues. Levi Garrison followed this path to find, there must be something to gain. Levi Garrison first came to the outskirts of Yangchang in the south. According to the news, a battle has just been fought here. A lot of people came here, and Levi Garrison was among them. Levi Garrison had already changed his appearance at this time. In the ancient books left to him by Master Qi, there is a part of Arudaya's oldest disfigurement technique. Levi Garrison had already practiced. Now if he doesn't say it, no one can recognize it. Da-da-da. A rush of footsteps sounded, and several young men and women appeared. Each is the strength of 6 or 7 heavens. It looks like it's around 20 years old. The geniuses of Arudaya martial arts world. Not only that, but Levi Garrison secretly sensed a stronger energy fluctuation. Someone is still protecting them in secret. Levi Garrison didn't need to think about it, these young girls definitely came from super ancient martial arts forces. I'm afraid I'm here to deal with myself. This time, I am afraid that all these super ancient forces have been blown out. Soon everyone came to the battlefield. There was a mess here, blood dripping, and bones piled up. We are still a step late, said the young people. One of the men in black smiled disdainfully and said, "What's the point of killing a few evil ways? If you want to kill Levi Garrison directly. He is the 16th genius Ji Fengchen on the Arudaya D ranking. Killing Levi Garrison? How is it possible? He is the 6th strongest in the top ranking list. We killed him, too wishful thinking." A beautiful female voice sounded. A young girl in a yellow dress, with an arrogant face. She is Ning Chen, who ranked 13th on the Erudite ranking. Unrealistic. Unless the top 5 strongest. Another female voice sounded. This woman, wearing a white dress, looks like a fairy who does not eat fireworks in the world. Tianjiao Fuji, 7th in the ranking. Only 18 years old, but much stronger than the average 7th heaven. This is Erudite's Tianjiao, the future of the martial arts world. Hearing that, everyone looked at a teenager in front of him. He was wearing a cyan gown with his hands on his back, with a calm air. Everyone looked at him with awe and envy. Lin Tianlong, the 5th Tianjiao on the Erudite ranking. In fact, the top few Tianjiao in the local rankings are comparable in strength to the rankings. The Lin Tianlong in front of him was very close to the 8 heavens. Brother Tianlong, he is only 19 years old this year. Give him another 10 years, and there is absolutely no problem surpassing Levi Garrison. Yet, when Levi was on his 19th, he was absolutely inferior to brother Tianlong. I think Tianlong is now brother is the strongest in the sky list. Everyone tweeted. At this time, Lin Tianlong suddenly said, I can't compare the strongest in the sky list. Then, he changed his words, but the first 3 perverts are not necessarily anymore. Hiss. Hearing that, all people gasped. Since the TNG Pavilion announced the world list, it claims to be the strongest in the history of the world list. Especially Lavilia joined. Especially Tianjiao, the top 3 in the local rankings, is perverted to the point of heinous. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1844. The appraisal given by TNG Pavilion this time, the ranking is the best in ancient and modern times. Especially the first 3 talents are rare. In addition to Lavilia, the degree of perversion of these 4 people has not been recorded in the TNG Pavilion. To what extent Erudite's Tianjiao group could reach in the future, even TNG Pavilion couldn't predict. In short, the Erudite martial arts world is prosperous, with a high probability of overwhelming hundreds of countries. Those present heard that Lin Tianlong, who was 5th in the rankings, and Fu Jie, who was 7th, gathered around. After all, Tianjiao is not easy to meet. Especially the ranking is so high. Fu Jie, nicknamed Fu Xianzi, was shocked in both strength and appearance. Lin Tianlong is even more unparalleled. When these people appear, they must be the focus of the audience. Levi Garrison didn't have time to play with these kids, he was here to find clues. When all the warriors on the scene showed great courtesy to Lin Tianlong, Levi Garrison alone was observing the battlefield, which seemed extremely abrupt. This made Fu Jianing still focus on him. Sister Fu is so strange. Only this person doesn't seem to know us. He didn't even look at us at all. The Tianjiao who have attracted much attention since childhood. If you are very courteous to them, they will ignore you. On the contrary, if you ignore them, you will attract their attention and make them feel unbalanced. It is indeed. If most people know that Tianjiao is here, at least take a few more glances. He is not normal. But he is average. I must be an unknown person, I have never heard of us at all. Several people regarded Levi Garrison as an unknown person, and they were not at ease at all. At the moment, in a small town not far from this place, a group of people are plotting plans. I just got the news that the 4 Tianjiao from the ranking list have appeared here. This is a good opportunity. What should I do? It just so happens that a group of Thulha followers are coming here. Let's lead the Thulha followers. Over. Use their hands to get rid of the Tianjiao of Dibang. Ha ha ha, what a strategy! If Tianjiao is killed, then the Erudite martial arts world will be even more chaotic. This is hope for the future. And Lin Tianlong, Fu Jie, they wouldn't know how It was calculated. A few dozen miles away, a group of ancient evil forces appeared. The master is like a cloud, and the number is large. After being deliberately guided, a group of people rushed past without stopping. After Levi Garrison explored, there was no gain. He sighed and shook his head. But the next moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Someone is coming. A strong breath of evil and strange surging. Thulhu's army of followers is here. These are 17 ancient evil forces hidden in the deep forests of the Shifang Mountains of Miao. He used to be a loyal follower of the evil god Huoyun. Since Huoyun Thulhu disappeared, they were hidden in the Shifang Mountain for the first time. Mr. Lin, Fairy Fu, I will follow you to hunt Levi Garrison. The warriors present wanted to follow Lin Tianlong. Monsoon Chen and Ning are still about to agree. Lin Tianlong and Fu Jia's face changed. No, someone is coming. Withdraw. Fu Jia asked. I'm afraid it's too late. Ready to fight. Lin Tianlong's body shook, exuding a breath of stormy waves. Da-da-da. Soon, footsteps sounded. Thulhu followed the army and came from all directions. In an instant, Lin Tianlong and the others were surrounded. Everyone was nervous and looked around warily. Unexpectedly, there is really a group of big fishes here. They. Followers of Thulhu showed their hideous fangs one after another. Looking at Lin Tianlong and them, it was like looking at prey. Be careful, the opponent is very strong, super strong. Lin Tianlong looked wary. He has already sensed the strength of the opponent, and there are probably dozens of powerhouses close to the 8th heaven. They are definitely not comparable to them. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1845. Fu Jia's look also changed a lot. Thulhu followed the army in large numbers and masters like a cloud. You can tell from the breath. In this group of evil gods, there are also 3 strong men with the strength of the sky list. Most of these crooked ways are not listed in the list by Tianji Pavilion. But there are not a few who have the strength of the top ranking. Even though these 3 are just at the end of the ranking list, that is not Lin Tianlong, Fu Jia, and the others can match. Especially the number of Thulhu army is dozens of times more than them. This is a mortal game for them. A group of evil demons dare to come out and go wild. Ji Fengchen shouted. Every one of them has disdain and disgust on their faces. In their concept, the evil spirits must die. Not worthy of being alive at all. Like the maggots in the sewers. Yes, a group of demons, hurry back, or you will all die. Lin Tianlong also warned. One of the Thulhu army sneered and said, you keep saying that we are evil spirits. Have you seen us kill people with your own eyes? Have you seen us doing things that hurt God with your own eyes? Yes, you guys pride themselves on being upright, but the people you killed? Are you less? Are you doing fewer bad things? Humph, what else do a group of demons quibble? You have been demons since birth. You are cruel and unfeeling, you are addicted to murder. You are no different from maggots. You are more than flies in a dung pit, more disgusting. Especially Thulhu's successor Ye monarchs, but the scum of the scum. If we catch him, cannot wait. Hacked in pieces. What Levi Garrison didn't expect was that the battle between these 2 waves would abruptly involve him. Ning still stared at the evil god army, and said coldly, and said that we haven't seen you evil spirits kill people outside? Levi Garrison, isn't it? Baiyun Mountain villas, tens of thousands of warriors have all been slaughtered. There are so many masters on the East Arudaya Sea Island. You dare to say that you are crooked? Don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. Monsoon Chen said coldly, yes, that's right. The devil Levi Garrison is shameless, scum, like a toilet. Maggot. This kind of person should be thundered by the sky. Don't die. I curse him for death. These crooked people laughed, but do you know who saved Arudaya before? Who raised Arudaya's prestige? Why don't you mention these things at all? Lin Tianlong sneered, the evil demon is the evil demon. He must have a purpose in doing good things. I don't believe he is so kind. Monsoon Chen immediately agreed with them, that's right. He is a descendant of Thulhu. He was destined to be not a good thing from the beginning. Good things done are fake. It's all deceptive. This kind of dog can't die. Yes. Levi Garrison can't die, and you people can't die. Curse you to go to hell sooner or later. These righteous people scolded one after another. Levi Garrison clenched his fists, and he was angry. What is righteousness? What is evil? On the contrary, these righteous warriors kept saying kill or die. You can insult us. But insulting the descendants of the Thulhu is no good. He is our faith, insult others, and die. Unforgiven. Unforgiven. The evil god's army was murderous, and they kept shrinking the encirclement. Lin Tianlong and others' complexions changed wildly. Unexpectedly, a few of their happy words completely angered them. Swipe, et. This time, they were rushing around. A dozen people came out. It was the guards arranged by the martial family to Lin Tianlong's side, and they were all super masters. A group of evil demons dare to be presumptuous. Do you know who they are? Lin Tianlong, the fifth on the list, this is the heir to the Lin family. This is. After hearing the evil spirit's army, I care. Who are they? Kill. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1846. The Thulhu army immediately killed Lin Tianlong and the others. Lin Tianlong, these arrogances have been specially targeted. Dozens of masters besieged them. The remaining decent masters are even more tragic, fighting with masters who are 10 times more powerful than their own. In this battle, neither side showed mercy. It was dark and dark. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Originally, Levi Garrison could stop this dispute, but it was not necessary. Save these people who want to kill themselves, his brain is not sick. Although Lin Tianlong's Fort Yanjiao and their guardians were very strong, they were defeated after only a few minutes. Puff. Lin Tianlong was severely injured under the siege of the two top-ranking powerhouses. Puff. Fujia fell to the ground and vomited blood after losing to another strong man in the top rank. Puff. Puff. The rest fell to the ground one by one. Facing the menacing evil god army, they were invincible at all. Except for the dead, the rest were seriously injured and all fell to the ground, lingering. This time, the entire Arudaya martial arts circles collectively crusade against Levi Garrison. Many ancient forces took the opportunity to release the genius of the family to experience. It's just that Lin Tianlong and the others are miserable. As soon as he came out, he met such a powerful opponent. There is not even a chance to send a signal to the family forces for help. Of course they wouldn't have encountered it. It's just that someone is pushing behind, designing a conspiracy, and letting both sides meet. The so-called righteous master? That's it. Isn't it going to kill us? Just this strength. It's ridiculous, it's so ridiculous. Hearing the insults of these evil spirits, Lin Tianlong and the others couldn't wait to find a place to get in. Shame. Fujia and the others fell to the ground and began to look around to see how other people were doing. Desperate. Everyone was seriously injured and fell to the ground screaming. None of them stood. Wrong. There is someone else. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on Levi Garrison. He was also discovered by the Thulhu army. Thousands of eyes glanced over. Why didn't you find this person just now? It doesn't seem to exist. That's right, Levi Garrison just used her body skills to avoid the battle between them. But in the end, he couldn't hide. It's him. Ning still said immediately, with a glimmer of expectation in her heart. Hope that Levi Garrison is a master. I hope he is better. I thought he was unusual from the beginning. Fujia whispered. As soon as they met, when everyone showed their courtesy, Levi Garrison looked nothing. There are two reasons. First, he didn't know them at all, so he pretended to be. Second, he is an expert from outside the world, so pretentious, they can't get into his eyes. Now they desperately hope that Levi Garrison is the second kind. Haha, one person was missing? Take him down, the leader of the evil god army said coldly. Several masters immediately surrounded him. This matter has nothing to do with me, you'd better not disturb me. Levi Garrison warned. Looking for death. A total of 6 masters killed Xiang Levi Garrison together. Bang 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 bang, but there was a scene that no one had expected. The 6 masters did not even touch the corners of Levi Garrison's clothes, and they were all shaken out. You must know that these 6 people are almost masters of the 7th heaven. I come. Among the Thulhu army, a young man immediately shot. He is a genius in the evil god army, and his strength is comparable to that of Lin Tianlong and his ilk. Get out! Levi Garrison blasted out with a punch. This kid flew out directly. There is nothing to fight back. At this time, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Isn't it too strong? This level of punch flies. None of the 3 masters who can match the top rankings may not be able to do it. Fuji, Lin Tianlong, they saw that Levi Garrison was so powerful. Immediately shouted, Senior, please make me decent. Get rid of these evil spirits. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1847. Others also shouted one after another, Senior, please take the initiative to uphold justice. Kill these evil demons. Senior, please uphold justice. At this moment, everyone found the backbone and shouted together. This time the Thulhu army panicked. No one thought that a super strong suddenly appeared. It looks like it should be on the top list. In that case, things can be troublesome. For a time, the Thulhu army all became vigilant. Levi Garrison was as dazzling as a blazing sun, and dangerous. Bring them enough threats. Far away from here. A group of people gathered together in secret. Haha, everything with our plan to go. Now Thulhu follow forces and those Tianjiao who have played against Tianjiao were heavy casualties. Expected shortly to all be swallowed up. Haha, hope that such scenes can be in the big summer each. It happened in a corner. By the way, immediately spread the news, it is best to let the people of the surrounding Tian's Mansion and Beilong clan know. They East Island forces planned everything. At the last moment, Tian's Mansion and the others should be attracted to intensify the contradiction. On the battlefield, everyone sees it. These evil demons are scared. The punch that Levi Garrison just showed was horrible. The key point is that he looks like an ordinary person, without any true chi fluctuations in his body, nor a trace of energy. This is the demeanor of a peerless expert. Should he be in the top 10 of the top 10? Someone has already begun to doubt. The top 10 in the top 10 will enter another area. There are 3 masters in the Thulhu army who are comparable to the top rankings, but they can only be compared with the ones at the end. It's incomparable with the previous one. When I saw them, I was scared. Fujia and Ning were still waiting for someone to show their ecstasy. We are saved. I thought they were going to die. If it were NT for the serious injuries, I'm afraid that many people would have to dance. Turn around. Whoever thought that such a master would appear at such a moment? You must be a master of the sky list, we have no grievances. We are dealing with them, it has nothing to do with you. You can leave first. Afraid of Levi Garrison's strength, the Thulhu army began to discuss letting Levi Garrison leave. Upon seeing this, Jai Fengchen and others were all anxious. Shouted one after another. Senior, don't be deceived by these people the night before. My martial artist should take the responsibility of eliminating demons and defending the way. Senior, please take action and kill these demons. Yes, I want these demons to join the maggot Levi Garrison. God knows what you will find. Senior, absolutely can't let these maggots live. It's better to kill them before killing Levi Garrison. You should take Levi Garrison off and throw it in the toilet with those maggots. As a team, let the evil demons in the world know that this is the tragic end of the heretic god. Yes, that's right. Levi Garrison is the heretic heir. As long as Levi Garrison has a miserable end, it can shock other evil spirits. Monsoon Dust waited until he talked more and more vigorously. Especially when Levi Garrison was involved, it was even worse. The Thulhu army was also angered. You can insult them. Insult the heretic god's descendants can't do. It doesn't matter whether you are a master of the Sky List or the Dragon Clan of the Tian's Mansion. Dare to insult the descendants of the heretic god, and kill without mercy. Although the heretic god's army perceives Levi Garrison's super terrifying strength, but they will not back down. On the contrary, it was all overwhelmed. You are looking for death. Senior, hurry up. Kill this group of maggots first. Then kill Levi Garrison's maggots. Promote my righteous name. Senior, our hope is all on you, you quickly take action. Come on. Jai Fengchen and others all urged. In the eyes of the Thulhu army, a great battle is inevitable. I'm afraid I can't make a move. Levi Garrison suddenly said at this moment. Senior, why? Because I am the cotyledon of the maggot head in your mouth. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1848. The language is not surprising and endless. As soon as Levi Garrison's words came out, the audience was silent. Deadly still to the point where the needle can be heard. This is something that no one here thought of. Levi Garrison, the descendant of the heretic god, is in the middle? This, who would believe this? Thousands of people on the field were stunned, motionless, and even their expressions were frozen. One by one is like a sculpture. A full minute. Only then did someone react. You, what did you say? Are you a descendant of the heretic god? The man asked tremblingly, his mouth trembling fiercely. His voice drew everyone back from a daze. Everyone looked at Levi Garrison in horror. Especially the Monsoon Dust, Fuji, and the others. Eyeballs are going to stare out. I am Levi Garrison. They. Voice fell. Levi Garrison's face changed. The last thing that appeared was his true face of Lushan. Yes, is a descendant of the heretic god. When Levi Garrison revealed his true face, the audience went crazy. Now, no matter who it was, he knew Levi Garrison's appearance by heart. See his true face. The followers of Thulhu were so excited that they were suffocating. Excitement. Too excited. There is nowhere to be found after breaking through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort at all. The descendants of the heretic god they were actively looking for, unexpectedly met in this way. All of them, visit the descendants of the Thulhu. Puff. Puff. They. Group of followers of the Thulhu knelt to the ground one after another. Kikai shouted, see the little Thulhu. I will follow the little Thulhu in the future. Follow your orders. Now the followers of the Thulhu everywhere come out. To follow Levi Garrison's orders? Looking at the people kneeling on the ground, Levi Garrison suddenly had another idea in his mind. And what he thought before was that he could go as far as he could without contact with these evil god followers. But now it seems that the followers of the Thulhu are chasing around, and it is easy to be exploited, intensifying contradictions, and greatly causing infighting in the Erudaya martial arts world. So Levi Garrison had a new idea. Rather than let these dangerous forces run wild, he might as well accept them all. He commanded uniformly. Thus, first, it will not be used. Second, there will be no accidents. Judging from the degree of obedience of this group of people, he basically said one thing, and these people would definitely not dare to do two things. Just gather all the followers of Thulhu together. Levi Garrison unified commands so that nothing would happen. The sooner the better, the later, the more things will happen. On the other hand, it is a super powerful force to gather the followers of Thulhu. It is good for Levi Garrison. Well, you will all follow me from now on. Levi Garrison said coldly. I'm waiting to swear to follow the little evil god. They crowd kowtow with excitement on their faces. They are keen to be regained by Levi Garrison, and everything listens to Levi Garrison. It is enough to explain how powerful the Huayun Thulhu was back then, and why that era was called the Thulhu Age. It is estimated that Thulhu has become the belief of this group of people. That's why he obeyed Levi Garrison so unconditionally. No one expected this to happen. It was right to attract both sides to fight. But the real protagonist Levi Garrison appeared. Upset everything. Little Thulhu, I also know that there are colleagues around. I immediately sent someone to notify them to come and meet. Someone said. Levi Garrison nodded. Well, let everyone come together. It's best to let everyone come together. Little Thulhu, this is a bit difficult. It needs a long-term plan. Everyone looked embarrassed. Levi Garrison smiled and said, Don't worry, I have my own plan. But before I announce this plan, I will deal with them first. Levi Garrison looked at Lin Tianlong, Fu Jie, and others. Boom! At this moment, they were struck by lightning. The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1849. Everyone's scalp was numb, blood flowed back, and a chill rushed from the solace of the feet to the sky. Did not expect. I can't think of it to death. This person turned out to be Levi Garrison. The maggots in their mouths, the big demon who can't die is right in front of them. The key is all kinds of insults in front of others. Even stupid enough to tell others to kill themselves. There are so many bizarre things in the world, but for them, there is nothing more bizarre than this. No one thought that Levi Garrison would appear here. Also changed. But they hit the gunpoint. Levi Garrison's eyes swept away, one by one, his head down, his face burning. Lin Tianlong lowered his head and dared not look at him. Fu Jie lowered her head and dared not look at him. After being swept by Levi Garrison's gaze, everyone bowed their heads one by one, not daring to look at Levi Garrison at all. Especially Monsoon Chen, Ning Still, and the person who insulted Levi Garrison just now was even more guilty. Head down, wishing to find a seam to drill in. Levi Garrison's gaze was like a blazing sun, shining on their faces, and the pain was fierce, as if they were being cut by a knife. They were so nervous that they trembled, and the sweat made them wet. Don't find me, don't find me. He didn't see me. He didn't see me. Ji Fengchen lowered their heads into the crowd, deliberately hiding, praying that Levi Garrison would not find them. The atmosphere is dull, everyone's heart is like a big rock. Especially Levi Garrison did not speak for a long time. Everyone just thinks that the chest is about to explode. Almost suffocated. Puff. Finally someone couldn't bear the pressure and knelt in front of Levi Garrison. I'm wrong, Lord Thulhu. It's the little one who has eyes and no beads. You shouldn't insult you. Just put the little one as a fart. Puff. Another person kowtowed on the ground begging for mercy. Yes, Lord Thulhu, forgive me. How dare we have other thoughts, just can't control this broken mouth. Puff. Puff. Everyone knelt down in front of Levi Garrison and apologized one by one. Dumbfounded. Lin Tianlong and Fujia were dumbfounded. Thousands of people behind Levi were also dumbfounded. Is this the so-called decency? Kneeled in fear at the evil demon in their mouth. Ridiculous. Extremely ridiculous. Levi was happy. Ha ha ha. Thousands of people behind them all laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, shouldn't the celebrities swear to their deaths? Why did you kneel down? This is the biggest joke I have ever seen. Faced with all kinds of irony, Lin Tianlong and Fujia were ashamed. Today, everyone is lost. Since you kowtow, I will spare you once. Levi Garrison smiled. Thank you, Lord Thulhu. Thank you. Everyone began to kowtow and thank you. Ashamed. You are the shame of the right way. I, Fujia, disdain to be with you. Seeing these people kowtow and thank you, Fujia, Lin Tianlong and the others are as uncomfortable as eating flies. The reputation of righteousness was lost by this group of people. Kneeling down to beg for mercy from the evil spirits. You should rather die than surrender. Immediately, Fujia and Lin Tianlong cast approving glances towards the monsoon dust. The people who insulted Levi Garrison just now basically knelt down. Only a few people in Monsoon Chen would rather die than come forward. Good job! Fujia said excitedly. Thumbs up for them. Even if you die, you have to show your spine to these crooked ways. But the people who clamored the most viciously at me just now didn't seem to stand up. Levi Garrison's voice sounded. In the monsoon dust, Ning still shivered with a few people like falling into an ice cave. Puff. Master Thulhu, I was wrong, I beg you for forgiveness. As soon as the voice fell, Ji Fengchen knelt on the ground. Lin Tianlong and Fujia were dumbfounded. Would you rather die than surrender? The Return of the God of War, the Protector, Chapter 1850. Everyone looked at Ji Fengchen in amazement. Are you not struggling? Monsoon Dust, you are the arrogant of the Erudaya de ranking. You represent the Erudaya martial arts world. Can't you be more spine? Lin Tianlong and Fujia waited to go up, slapped Ji Fengchen's face several times. Not only them, but the people behind Monsoon Dust are also extremely angry. That's it. Even Levi Garrison was shocked by Ji Fengchen's actions. This is changing too fast. The one who clamored the most fiercely before, cursed the most, turned out to be the most persuaded and the easiest to defect. Often such upright gentlemen who are full of benevolence and morality are all hypocrites. The catastrophe is imminent, absolutely the first to admit counsel. This is the so-called decency. Are there other people? Levi Garrison's cold voice sounded, and Ning still trembled violently with the remaining 3 or 4 people. They really couldn't bear Levi Garrison's coercion. Still, you must never kneel to him. Don't do that shameful thing. Fujia immediately shouted. Yes. I'd rather die than surrender. Even if I die, I can't kneel down to these evil sects. Lin Tianlong also roared. Ning still looked at Levi Garrison stubbornly with a few people, and did not kneel down or subdued. You have the ability to kill us. We won't kneel down for you. Ning still flashed a touch of firmness in his eyes. Others also regarded death as home. Aren't you afraid of death? Good, good. Levi Garrison's face suddenly changed, and his body revealed a terrible killing intent. The killing intent is like a big invisible net, overwhelming the sky and the earth for 10 days. At this moment, everyone seemed to be strangling their throats by an invisible hand. Everyone struggled with their necks. It's just that the invisible hand is getting tighter and tighter, everyone's breathing is getting faster and faster, and their complexion is getting redder. The invisible force that strangled the throat became stronger and stronger, everyone was suffocating. And their complexion gradually turned purple. Many people made a sound at all, and could only struggle silently. Their brains are blank, their consciousness has gradually dissipated, and their souls seem to be extracted. This is the feeling of death. When death comes, no one is not afraid. Puff. At this moment of death, someone finally couldn't stand it. Puff. Another. Puff. In the end, only Ning remained one. Her eyes protruded and she was about to die. At this moment, she understood that Levi Garrison would really kill her. Puff. With all her strength, she knelt down in front of Levi Garrison. Everyone was subdued. Siang Levi Garrison knelt down. Levi Garrison completely destroyed their psychological defenses and completely shattered their sense of decent superiority. Hey! Lin Tianlong and Fujia looked facelessly. Today people are completely lost. They will be a shame. This is a shame that cannot be washed away in their lives. Master Thulhu, we were wrong, we apologize to you. Ning still they knelt in front of Levi Garrison. This is the power of the evil god. Ha ha ha, but decent. The bones are not as hard as we are. Thousands of people laughed refreshingly behind Levi. They haven't been so happy in a long time. Monsoon Chen, you guys disappointed me too much. You are not worthy of the ranking. You are a family shame. Fujia immediately scolded in anger. Hearing this, Monsoon Dust crawled in front of Levi Garrison. I will respect thee. Lord Thulhu in the future. Lord Thulhu will dominate the Erudaya martial arts world. Is it possible for you ignorant people to be insulted? The attitude of Monsoon Chen changed 180 degrees. Let everyone present Sai. Shameless. Master Thulhu, these decents should all be killed. Don't keep one. Ji Fengchen's eyes flashed fiercely. All killed.